Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome to twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream. On twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn, we've got there's a finger on my truck. Don't take me in context. And there's a squish Ronan Pawn voice. So so the truck, and then somebody points, and then it like jumps. And then it comes down a little beaten up. Hello, little magnets, is what I mean to say. And Noah, welcome in. Merry jingle jangle to you as well. Welcome back to a Kerbal Space Program live stream, because they're all that, aren't they? All of them? All of them. A Kerbal Space Program live stream, he says. Where today, it's a Sunday, it's a creative build, it's a post-holiday malaise. It's, I'm still full of mac and cheese and kale salad and some white meat chicken. I'm still fat and happy. So what if we took a day in our creative build away from our current creative build that has been every single stream for like over a month, Sundays on Sunday, the creative build. What if we stepped away from the Mystery Science Theater 3000 Satellite of Love that we've been making, and just real quick, simple, easy, slap together an $11 billion satellite. That's what I'm thinking we do today. Just a real quick little James Webb telescope thing. Why not? So what I'm saying is, instead of working on this, we take a day off. Hang on, it's got to load. It's taking a day off itself. There we go. Instead of working on this. Oh, it's so greebled. It's so greebled, and that's all we've been doing for just a month, is just greebling this thing up, and it's only on one side so far, and are we going to do the other side? And it would just be the same as this, and why not just duplicate it on the other side? And then, but there's all these concerns. What if we took a day off from this and built the James Webb telescope? James Webb launch was so exciting, can't wait to see the first pictures. They'll be out on my birthday. Perfect present, really. They took 20 years. The Road and Pawn can do it in a day. I think it's possible. It's plausible. I could slap something together in a day. It could be 2 live streams, but I think it could be done in a day. James Webb. Jimmy. It sounds like a private eye of some kind. James Webb, private dick. If he can be a private dick for a day, then I can, in a day, make a dick private. Dick's privates. Saving Ryan. So where would we even start with it? Let's just step back for a minute. How was your holiday? Huh? Who am I talking to? I don't know. You? How was your whatever, you celebrate? I celebrated at my mother's house. My father stopped by. Everybody cooked except for my dad, who set the table anyway. But I was in there dicing up vegetables and popping out jewels from pomegranates and all sorts of things. It felt real cool. It felt real good. So part of my past is having managed a commercial kitchen by necessity when I was at the Zen Center, by necessity of no one else was around to do it, so they finally had to give me the job, and I did it pretty well. But, mainly I worked in a commercial kitchen for 3 years, so to just, grab a knife and have some simple prep chopping work to be done and de-jewel a pomegranate, it was nice. You get into a place, where it's like you're focused on what you're doing because you got a knife in your hand and you're guiding the knife with your fingertips and with your knuckles and stuff like that. But you open up your awareness in every other way. Your eyes are making sure you're not slicing yourself and making sure that the cuts are good. And then your ears just widen out and you're listening to everyone else's everything else that they're doing in the kitchen. And you just you're completely there, even though your eyes are completely here.
Here's some pennies to fund the James Webb, or as a Christmas present IDK, do what you want with it. I'm gonna go see USY, no it's jingle jangle. I'll see you next year, smiley face.
Next year? It's gonna be all the way, you're not gonna see me until next, thank you for the 100 bits, not until next year. Jeez, we do another stream 2 days from now, and then another one 2 days out. It's Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays. I'm just using your donation as a way to plug the schedule currently. No. Thank you for the 100 bits. Jimmy Webb. Jim Styles, Jim Webb. I would like to just not build in the spaceplane hangar for a day. That would be just a nice change of pace.
You're welcome.
Hey, all right. Did Twitch integrate like a new policy where it's like you can't chat at all unless you pay 100 bits every time?
Bye.
Because I'm liking this policy. Noah, thank you for the 300 bits. Have a good evening. Have a good night. Enjoy your holidays. And meet me back here sometime before the new year, because we got plans to make about the just overthrow of Western civilization. But it's fine. Just, you know. Have a good night, my friend. And let's make a telescope. That looks James Webby. It really actually does. I was just being silly. I was just clicking on a thing and bringing it, but that actually does look like some of the construction that's underneath, and so does that. Yes, sir. Okay, but we're not really that concerned with the probes yet, I don't think. If nothing explodes this stream, I'm unfollowing. Building the James Webb telescope. I'll see what I can do. Also, the fuck do I care about follows? You know, I don't. But okay, I won't. But I'll be disappointed. All right. Fair enough. See, that's more doable. Disappointing people is easy. I can mail that in. Been doing it for years, no prob. So simples. Ooh, Probodyne hex. Probodyne hex that's already got like the gold coloration to it that the discs have. That's not what I plan to do. The reason why I think the James Webb telescope would be a build that shouldn't take too much effort, certainly nothing like the Satellite of Love greebling that up, is that we've already designed hexagons for the balls of the Satellite of Love, Mystery Science Theater 3000 Satellite of Love, and I got a whole bunch of them in a whole bunch of different sizes. And if I were going to do, like, let's just say, do I have a large soda instead of, if I had a large core pentagon, we need a hexagon, large hexagon rigid, huh? There you go. And then, do these change color? There you go. Boom. See? So we're already hexed up, and the question is, like, what scale are we building this at? You know, because I've got one of all the different sizes and things. And also, let's get rid of that too. Let's not have that on there. No, cancel, don't do, just throw it away. And instead, let's go crazy and auto strut to grandparent part, like every one of these. Auto strut grandparent part, so that they're all just solidly locked to something else as we go round. And then you. And then you as well. So whatever you're connected to, you will be connected to the grandparent part when you get there. Huh? Right? And then actually, I could turn that into, let's make another sub-assembly. Hopefully that'll work out. We might need a central version of this built as well, but let's say James Webb, it's one of the mirrors. It's mirror radial, because our attachment point for this part is on the radial right there. It's boom. That's where our node is, up there. If we want one that's central, then we'll need to build something in the style of the large pentagon core, where we have a central bit that something's the other, and then it's something, and then something profit. But that would, like, presume that we're going to build it at this scale, which would probably be pretty similar to the scale of the actual James Webb telescope, but it will make the structure a little bit more complicated to make. Like, if we were to make a miniature, a little baby small sort of James Webb telescope, then, like, the octagonal strut itself could be what we build our hexagon on. And the little tiny little Kerbal guy, but I think we should probably build it at a significant scale. With you being attached radially, I suppose I will go ahead. You will go ahead? I might will go ahead and make myself one of these that is radial instead. Yeah. So just give me a brand new, don't save anything, we didn't do anything anyway. Give me an octagonal strut at the beginning, or at the center. And then for the large, we're just looking for the which one is it? It's not the, it's the isosceles, it's the equilateral triangle. So I presume that this is the correct size. Am I right in that presumption? I shouldn't have thrown things away. Back over to the subassembly and let me just make sure before I go half-cocked. I want to be full-cocked before we cock out here. And the cock lock and cock it, drop it, and lock it. That's bigger? Is it? Is it? No, I think that's the right size. Like, they disappear into one another is the if I just, with you and like that, and then I take this off of here. Well, this is the pentagon. This is the large pentagon. And yeah, no, it's not the right size. So, good. So then if we had a giant, like I had been presuming that we'd do it with the... I think we will stick with that scale, because I think it's about right. So you and fuck off, and then you and fuck off. And where's the James Webby boy that I just made? If I sort by name, James Webb, mirror, and I put you there, and then I just grab one of these, and then basically throw you away. Would be the premise. Go, fuck yourself. Thank you. So what we want to do then is with six-sided snapping. Yep, with the snapping, I need to, actually, before I do all that, because it's just going to confuse my brain, I need to get this worked out, what its angle of attack is going to be here. You don't need to do it, but I did it that way. Well, then just keep going on little snap points instead of, yep, get it flat. Right. So then from here, I go up to six-sided symmetry, and we watch as the textures do tear, pull them inside out, and so we get them out to there, and then there's no texture tearing anywhere on the bit there. Pull you up. Just above that line there. And you're all still grandfather parted because you're all, yeah. Sure. Let me then pull in our other version and make sure that they are sized correctly. So the, where are you at again? James Webb mirror radial. If I then attach a radial to, holy, something like that, we've got a perfect repeating texture all the way around. Yeah. So now we've got one of each style. Can throw you away. And the deal would be to make this the other version. James Webb mirror core, I think is what I've been naming these things, more or less. So now we've got one of each of those. So the question is, which one do we want to develop the platform off of? It seems like the core radial one is going to be probably easier to work with in terms of getting it snapped into the places that we want. So maybe this is the one that we build off of. Because this is, the plan is, if I could just make one mirror that does all of the things and has all of the structures, then we just, you know, duplicate and duplicate and duplicate, and we're there in a hurry. But what I do want to do, because of, you know, James Webb, what I want to do with this is I want to simulate as much of the robotics elements as we can, at least. So I want each of the mirror panels, which is what we've got here, that I can't quite... You need to get more into the center of the room, my friend. I don't know how you already got out there, but somewhere, yeah, where it's the middle of the camera. Each one of these mirrors on the James Webb telescope is individually positionable. Like it has a few degrees of rotation where it can focus its light collection down onto the collector. So each of them has, it's actually got robotics for left, right, up, down, you know, just all of the rotations you would need to be able to do anything with it on those two angles. But then it's also got like a poker in the middle where they can mildly like flex the panel in order to try and sort of focus the mirror onto a certain, kind of a thing. Not going to try and reproduce the flexing, but what I would like is to create a, rigid attachment system back here that allows us to snap it on, but that makes each individual mirror adjustable via gears and hinges, whatever it's going to be for us, just for a small degree of movement to simulate what the James Webb telescope does. So, yeah, that's my thought. I think we're going to need to pretty quickly here jump off to like reference. So, well, not reference photos, James Webb telescope, and let's just see what we've got for images of the thing. And that looks like a pretty nice image there that represents a lot of what's going on. I'd really like to see like a reverse shot of it, just to see sort of the grid of hexagonal support structures, because that's where we want to start building. But boy, they do like showing off the gold front of it, don't they? They're not huge fans. Of the rear structure. Here's one that's just of the rear structure, and there's really not much to see. Really quite not much to see there. And then of this planned folding design, which doesn't seem... Oh, it's a GIF that actually shows the folding out and everything of it. Really? Can you... Okay, right. Could you go back, though? Oh, it's ESA, too. And it's in Kerbal. I'm not... Yeah, we're not using any weird mod packs in order to get the... Is that in Kerbal? That's not in Kerbal. It's in something, though. It's in something, so dude, it's not in Kerbal. Alright, sure. You're getting me lost here. So we're gonna have the two beams that fold down out of it like that. You're a pretty good shot. Oh yes. Oh yes. Yes. Oh yes. Yeah, I guess the back paneling is just something we don't have to worry about. We will do a rigid hexagonal structure and it'll be fine. It'll be close enough. But I do have to figure out what that's going to be made of and what's going to support the kind of lengths that we're working with in the least weighty and least wasteful format kind of a thing. So these are not quite long enough, but damn it, I could use them anyway. I'm just going to drop those there and look at what else we've got for trying to get the right length out of them. We've got these much bigger modular girder things, but the weight and the size and everything else are a bit of a nuisance, and they still don't fit. And we already looked at the other. What about the pocket I-beam? What's your... So in terms of weight, this would not be great, mate. But it does get most of the distance there. I'm going to go probably with these grip pads. Yeah. And then, so that was, there's also this grip strip, which is much longer. Let's say I put it on its side and then had you connect like that. Creates a pretty neat little rigid hexagonal. Ooh, that's kind of cute. Little bit excessive, but gets her done, and that is the 15.6 grip strip. If you just stop trying to move it, so I can right click 156 grip strip, and then the other one is the 025. Oh, 2.5. What about filling the remaining gap on the smaller ones with a couple of little grip pads at the ends of it? So pull you off, get you out of my way for a moment, and I should be able to do the same thing that I just did with that one, like so. And then if there were one on either side of you. Would I... Yeah, no, but... So you won't let me do it that way. Alright, that's fine. Is it? I mean, it's gonna have to be, because they don't want me to do it the other way. Would these fill the space? You'd need 2 on either end. And they still wouldn't be like a perfect match. It'd just be, you know, you're looking for the nice thing that'll just like, ooh, that's perfect. Paul, and slow down. I'm 8 hours, you're 8 streams behind. What is this even? Jebba Daba Baby's ship? Hell no, man. No, we're doing the James Webb Space Telescope. It's Creative Build Day. On Sundays we do creative builds. Let's see what we can come up with in Kerbal to to simulate, to represent the James Webb Space Telescope. I got a lot of little fun ideas for it. What's your space? I'm just trying to figure out the sort of underbody construction, the the rear bits, you know, bits that go behind us, and then be able to fill in those gaps with something. If you were all to one side, like I could do 2 of them that overlap one another, and you end up with some weird texture tearing issues in the middle, that can be accounted for. We already looked at this one. That one kind of comes together okay. It's just it has that, it goes a little bit too far, is the thing. Let me look at this one again. In fact, I can throw you away and just use this. Put you back on there. Were I to pull you out to the point where you just line up with one another. How about, and then with you, pull you in, and then each module ends up looking like that. I don't think so, though. What if it were the other side of things? It went like that. Then that's what we've got on the bottom of the other. And then if I do it like that, then we get the texture teariness. But all you really have to do to fix that is just pull it 1 pixel off, and then you've got a different kind of a thing happening. It still looks pretty okay. If I push you in any more, we end up with really cool looking little edges to the thing. I kind of don't hate it. You know, you gotta work within the limitations, you gotta make your own decisions, your own choices. Like that could do. And then each panel just has that. It's not really doing the structural underbody bit that I had in mind, though, but I suppose we could, will you attach to, yeah, one of those, sure. So with a snap, I put you on there, I spin you around like that, and then each panel underneath, if I got the whole thing, you grab the whole thing, Pawn. Well, that's not what I want, that's not what I told it to do. It needs to listen to me. When I tell you to do a thing, you do the thing. Damn it, I'm in charge around here. Don't listen to Houston. He'll lie to you. He'll say otherwise. And he'll present a great deal of evidence that how could I possibly be in charge with as many people as have been, like, killed and injured and stuff in our launches. But he's wrong, is the thing. So each panel could be like that, but then they do need to, you know, slot in size right next to one another. So... they would have to overlap and something and etc. profit, and I don't think that that's working out for us there. If I pull you down and in like that, then they could start to theoretically snap together in a way. But they'd probably be occluding and bumping into one another, and then no. Grab what? Grab something. Grab it. Just grab whatever you're grabbing, grab it and go. Because the cops are coming. We need to get the hell out of here. I grab you from there and pull you in more until we can't see those bits. What have we got on the underside? We got an ugly construction that I don't like. Yeah, that's not quite doing it. I think that part's just, it is too wide. We knew it was too wide. Just looking for something that magically kind of works in the space. You're too skinny. You know, if we go too skinny then too wide, then we can build it out. So give me you. Back onto... Hello? Hello? There's a node here. I'm telling you, I swear there's a node. Okay. Is it just one node for the whole grip pad? It doesn't have one on the top, it just has one on the bottom. Seems possible. So I put you back on there, and then we do need to extend it in some way. What size are these? It could work. It could work. Don't at me, bruh. It could work. So with a snap of some kind, and then get you there, hit you with a snap like that. You're gonna need to come out a touch more if I hold shift and go out by one on a snap. We might get lucky with how that comes together, and then pull you down to level, and then do the same on the other side. So you hit you with a snap, pull you out by one more, I believe, if we were gonna match them, and then down to there. That's perfectly even anyway. And then we can do things like tuck more or less. Down with you. Come in. For the place where those corners don't start eating through one another in a way that sucks. If I were to grab this, and again with a snap, just trying to make it so it's something that I can reproduce on both sides. So if you guys were all, well, do it on this side, like that, and then our bit was an under bit. You come down here, and you go under, and then we merge together your corners. It gives us something. It gives us something. Kittens. It gives us kittens running around, slamming off of things during the live stream. Hello, Stas Place. I wanted to say Staples, obviously. I did. Gotta admit, this one's less exciting than Bob's SS Science tugboat pirate ship, but I like whatever the F you're doing right now with the gray bits. You like this? This could still become a Jewish space laser, by the way. Is that what QAnon is saying about the James Space Webb? I could believe the James Webb Space Telescope that they would say that. That sounds like them. Yeah. So what if I can, like, if I hold shift and move you in there, then you're internal and then the other way? I think that's going to be one of the cooler ways that we could do it, as the cats do tear everything apart. You guys enjoying that paper back there? It's just an extra show. You can look behind me at any time and see cats doing cat things in a cat-like way, with kittens. But what if just to, you know, make it a little bit heavier? The thing is, whatever I put on here is going to be reproduced as many times as there are mirrors on the James Webb, so I should be concerned with my counts, you know? Yeah, I should. And also, texture tearing going on under here, which sucks because it means that I gotta do a manual adjustment on all of these. If I could just have you... No, you're going in the right direction. It's, let's have you to where you're just going over on the interior. Just looking at when it pops through. And the same for you. It's about right. Like that, and then we don't get the texture tearing on the interior, and we do have a fun looking rigid kind of a structure for each one of these. It's already 25 part count. How many mirrors are there on the telescope, actually? So, is there one in the middle that, no, that's where it returns. So we got 6 around the core, and then another 6 at the top, another 6 at the bottom, and then 8. So 6 and 8, so 14? 14 mirrors on this thing? If I were to count them up, and I just did 3, 6, 9, 12, and then the core bits, which is 6, so 18. Yeah, 18 of them. 16 of them? It's a number. It's got a teen in it. We'll get there. When it's important, it'll become... Okay, everybody now. Hey! Get the hell out of here. Ah! When I start live streaming, then they're excited. 18, yes, okay. So yeah, a little bit of underbit construction here. Do we have a gap there? Because, you know, the way that I've put this together, it's very nice for that. We can just adjust one little thing, move it up a touch, and then no gaps, and every adjustment happens in every place. So underneath here we want a robotics package. We want to be able to adjust this left and right. So if I took the whole piece and then rotated it in an uppy-downy kind of a fashion, and we decided that that was the uppy-downy way of it. Yeah, that's about, I mean, in reference to the Kerbals, that's probably a reasonable scale for each mirror element of the James Webb. So looking at the robotics, what are we going to do in order to, like, rotate this side? I just want a little bit of rotation, a little touch of left and right, and that would be done with hinges very easily in Kerbal here. Rotors would go all the way around. High torque servo that can rotate attached parts through almost 360 degrees. I would like it to be small and lightweight. Maybe these tiny little hinges even. Like if we've got a pair of hinges, then we could just stack them and then get all the directions, would be the notion of the lotion that's in my ocean. Something. So if I had one there and then you like that, then that should allow us to have both degrees of rotation, left, right, and up, down, to be able to make little adjustments to. And that seems fine, and I think we could even go ahead and like embed that a little bit from one to the next. You're going to rotate all of that together. Like when you rotate that, it'll travel with you, and then when this one rotates, like, well, we could just test it is what you could do. Well, if we're going to test it, let's do it in a way that makes sense. Let's say that there's some other structure out here that we're attached to, and that is our root part. And grab the interior motor. You know what? I'm going to grab this and pull it out a little bit so that I can have better access to that interior motor. Or rotor. And then, is that you? That's you. So, target angle. We'll be able to give it some rotation that way. And then, target angle on you. We'd be able to give it some rotation that way. It would be that each degree of rotation, or at least the vertical, is heavily affected by the, you know, the one that's nearer to the panel kind of a thing, but I don't see that as a problem at all. We're just doing it to vaguely represent the ability of the actual thing, not to be perfect in it. But what I would then do is definitely do an angle rotation or an angle limit on this thing to say that from 0 degrees, we really only want maybe like 3 degrees of rotation. And we could adjust that if y'all decide to go like looking for what the actual like specs are on the James Webb, but I'm not that concerned one way or the other. If we had 3 degrees of rotation in either, just friggin' with manually type it in this system, 3 degrees of rotation there and 3 degrees of rotation here, then that would lock us out to the most target angle we can get is just that and just that. And then the most target angle that we can get is just that and just that. Which seems correct and appropriate. Let's, once again, from the front while we're watching, grab that one up. In fact, pin both of them. And then I can play with them and just make sure that they're actually doing the thing that they should. Hey! Hey with the cats! And just make sure that they're doing the things that they should do. So from the front, target angle of view should be... Alright, so you're left and right. Does it seem like it's got a rotational aspect to that as it pulls it down? Am I crazy? As it twists to the left, that it faces down. As it twists to the right, it faces up a little. Shouldn't. Yeah, so that'd be like the farthest angle that we can fling it in order to try and, you know, make it do the things that it's supposed to. Yeah. That's fine. And that's simple, and that gets it done, and it's just 2 parts. The weight of one of these panels so far is, wow, already almost a ton in and of itself. I'm surprised at that. What the hell do these grip pads weigh? I mean, we're using big metal structural panels, so that's going to be the weight there. From Detroit. He says, motor? Motor. Get that motor running. Get out on the highway, looking for adventure and whatever comes my way. Yeah, where do you want that? Well, I think maybe like here. And then that actually puts it like the motors are at, or the rotors are at more or less the height of the edge of our panel kind of a thing. And then if I make the root part again, and I rip that off, then that's a panel so far. Will those little motors be able to handle the almost 1 ton mass that they need to rotate here? Will that be strong enough? Will it be sturdy enough? Those are questions. Because there's a reason why there are bigger robotics parts in the game, and if you put on the ones that are like weak and cheap and not good enough for the task, then you will find out. But I really like that kind of gets it done, because motors like this are a bit massive for the idea of just having like 3 degrees of rotation that we could get out of it in either direction. But they might be better sized for the task. I want to go with this, and I suppose what we could do is just build a platform, put it out there, and see what it looks like it can do under a gravitational... Yeah, you know what? In 0 gravity, these things are going to be fine for our purpose. Yeah. They're just going to hold that weight, and that's it. What else would need to go onto one of these panels? Is there anything else, or is a 27-part count suitable for every one of the panels in and of themselves before we get into, like, the construction or mounting of another kind of a majigger-madoodle-mathingy? Yeah, I'm starting to think that these should not actually be part of the panel. Like, the panel should float free, and then these should be the honeycomb construction that everything else attaches to. Saw the notification. Looking forward to see how you do all the folding. Yeah, me too. I don't know. I don't know yet. Can I have you just a little bit more to the left? A little bit over there, if you don't mind. Yeah. Because if I rip all of these off, which is as simple as that, then we're down to that for the mirror construction. And if I embed this more, then we get an even, like, lower profile. I just kind of do want to be able to... Really? Be able to rotate it by right-clicking on the piece there that's getting buried under there. I can still get to it. I can still get to it with that part. You know, the other thing that I'm wondering now let's make this a sub-assembly so that I can do another little experiment here. Because once we get this down, then it's like, now we've got all the mirrors, they can just go into the other thing. That's where we pretty much are, and I'm thinking already in terms of like the honeycomb construction behind it for mounting them on. And now I'm thinking of other things that might be relevant and important here. And what the hell are you all doing? Did he jump up on my... Was there a cat here for like a brief second? Because it felt like that, but I didn't see it. Was there a... Did a cat... What happened? Give me you. Sub-assembly. And then, James Webb. Like... And this is... mirror... final. And it won't be yet, because we're still experimenting, but that's where we'll save it when we've got a final one. So... And then with you going back to about the middle of the room, you little cat bastards. You little cat bastards. I'm gonna chase them out. Kittens. Hey. Hey. It's all this. They're playing with like brown paper from Christmas. Where's the other one? Get out of here. You. Alright, I've scared off the kittens. We were getting infested, you know? You gotta watch out for that. We had fleas before, because we brought the kittens in. And then what you realize during the live stream is actually the fleas brought the kittens in. Now what are you gonna do? You got rid of the fleas, but now you got kittens everywhere. Okay. Yeah, back at it. What were you thinking, Pawn? I don't know. I don't do much of that around here. I was thinking that if I yanked these bits off, and I made you the root, which you already are, apparently, okay. And then I got rid of you. Can I just attach these directly to that with 6-sided symmetry? Do need, like, maybe you like that. And then I grab, and then we can be one part less on the count. One unnecessary part fewer. Bring them together with just perfectly no seam, but also no overlap. Come on, almost there. No, there's the overlap. Whoop! That might be it. It's not it. I can see the jiggling. So much jiggling of the texture tearing. And now I can't see the jiggle, and I don't see a seam. So that would be perfect for that. Decoby with the subscription. First time subscription. Thank you so much. Welcome to the Big Dick Club. Thank you for the support. Do you like my mirror? I don't. Thank you, Decoby. Yeah, so this just gets rid of one part that kind of seems unnecessary for the mirror construction itself, which is that cubic octagonal, and gets the part count down on the entire thing to 8 right now, without these on there. And then if we build the honeycomb separate, yeah. If I put these back on, hey! I'll just yell at them and see if that scares them off. They're trying to come back in. I put up a little bit of a construction, a little bit of a blocker. And if I put these back where they were, and then move them in, nope, that's a snap that I didn't want. I move you in, get you to like there, pull you down, and then find the place that it looks cool. then each panel could be like that, but then we're moving all of those around, and that's extra weight to be pushing. This is only half a ton. That's what we want, is for those to be completely free on these hinges so we can and as is desired, as is wanted or needed. Hey, that's, I don't think, maybe that's the direction that we want that. Could work. For what I'm comfortable looking at, I think I want it the other way around, though, as we're building. Yeah, and by what, you don't have to hold it green in perpetuity. So that's a simpler, straightforward mirror construction. And if I pulled you down and said, into the subassembly zone you go, except for not a new subassembly, go, put it right over the top of, am I gonna lose it by trying to do this? Right over the top of James Webb mirror final. Yeah, go ahead and delete the one that was there, and then that would be our mirror. And now we just need 18 of those. But we need a honeycomb kind of construction on the back for it to snap onto. Planning it to be to scale, not with any like high degree of accuracy, but just kind of looking at it and saying, you know, this is in comparison to the Kerbals on the ground, and I look at that, it looks reasonably sized for what the James Webb would be, but I'm not, nah. I just picked a size of triangle that we had lying around and said, alright, that's where we're going. Pull you up, get rid of you. Alright, so that's very simple. This honeycomb structure that it attaches to. Though. And in the game, I want to be looking for pieces that are lightweight, occupy a lot of space, get us what we're looking for visually, and are also structurally okay for what we're asking of them. In terms of like a big hexagonal kind of a thing that's also lightweight, I don't know that we're going to have anything like that. Can look at the fuel tanks, which would almost certainly not be our solution, but just curious of the size and scale of a fuel tank in reference to this mirror. Yeah, that. If we go up another size, that's the same size. Go up one more. Scaling size. Almost there. I need another size up. What are you, by the way? Ooh, large holding tank. So the large holding tank is the same bit. There we go. Yeah, that's about that size. Okay, so it's the massive. Is what it is, which means it looks like we're going to have to build our own little honeycomb thing, and what we're going to want for that is something that starts in the middle, because we'll be attaching to it via this radial point, and then it needs to come out to a structure that's hexagonal and rigid. Bone Yeti. Oh, that was Bone Yeti saying that. Pika Pop, how was your Christmas? Am I allowed to say Christmas? I'll say holidays to be on the safe side. How was your holiday? You said Christmas. Now that's a ban. It was a good one, Pika Pop. I saw my mom and my dad. I went out to my mom's house. My dad came out. We ate. I cooked. I helped cook. Everybody kind of helped cook, except for Dad. Dads don't cook. They hijack the television and try and find football. But yeah, very good. Very, very, very nice holiday. Many pina colada jello shots were consumed as well. Happy solstice to you too, says Mosaic Dashboard. Alright, so what is this structure going to be like then? You know, I know what in my head I kind of want it to be. I think we weren't going in like the wrong direction, at least visually. We weren't going in the wrong direction with these grip strips and things. But I would like to reduce part count if there's any way to do so. Like, considering that these strips now aren't going to be attached to the mirror, but are going to be attached, you know, to one another and built around it, then the fact that they do that kind of a thing and kind of clamp over each other in order to be the right size, that might not be really problematic when you get down to it. A very simple way, I suppose, to get away with this, to do what we want to do here, would be if I've got an octagonal strut, and it's like that, and then I've got six-sided symmetry. Just gotta find the direction where it's on there the way that I... Okay, any of the... none of the ways? None of the ways are the way that I want. And then roll over. Rover. That might be correct. And then say I grab this and I force it. I hold shift in order to just force it to head out. That is not the right direction. You want this on the side. Okay, give me that again. And we'll attach it here. That seems like that could be right. Grab you, hold shift, and then I can drag it out as far as I want it to be. Without it having to really, you know, connect back to that. And like this. And since it is the honeycomb on the back of it, like the fact that they merge through one another, not necessarily a problem. Not necessarily super great either, but not necessarily a problem. We've got to leave it enough space to rotate on those as well. You know, what? What if you went with the smaller one and didn't fill in the gaps because you can make these smaller because they're on the back and then something, they get connected to one another, profit? Yeah, okay. Would you like to explain that concept more? No, I just want to throw these away, go back to the smaller grip strips, and do what I was just doing, but with these smaller boys. Pull them out. And then turn the snapping off, zoom in. Yep, alright, you gotta keep holding shift there, Pawn, because you're out in physics isn't a thing anymore land. And that gives us a nicer look to the whole deal. And then for the idea of them actually being connected to one another, and it not looking completely ridiculous, we could strut. You got snapping going on? Alright, well what if the snapping started here? Or maybe started... We put it so that it goes to the corners? That's a lot of struts. It's already, you know, a tenth of a ton less weight than the previous version. But it does seem excessive. Excessive. If I did twos in radial symmetry, you kind of just do your own thing there. No, well, that's the wrong radial symmetry, basically. We need to rotate it to something else. Alright, fuck off. Yeah, I see that. But if it were mirror mode, will you stop with it's mirror? See, you're following each other, and then what I need is a different angle of rotation of the core in order to make radial work, and it's just easier to tell what the hell you're... Oh, well, if I just... the whole thing, and then rotate you 90 to the room, and then I try that again. Where did I throw down those struts? There they are. And let's say I started with them here. Do they follow? No, now they go off in those directions. You see what I'm trying to do, though, right? I think we all see what he's trying to do. If I did it here instead... Like, you're both going up. That's so very wrong. Maybe I need to lean into it and realize this will actually work better than whatever it was that you thought you were going to be doing there. Like, if I had these... Yeah, no, like that. will you actually attach? You do. And then if I grab this and move you over, maybe by a half snap. And then I grab you and by a half snap as well. Oh yeah, mirror mode symmetry works so well in this game. Now you guys over to there, and then if I grab you and hold shift and pull this way, you just didn't connect to anything there, huh? Because you're being blocked by this guy that wasn't there a moment ago, but now is, because the game. Because Kerbal. Okay, forget symmetries. If I just forget the symmetries, what if I went from you to you? You know? And then I ticked you once there, and I ticked you once there, and you're, for some reason, on 2 different snapping systems, but that should make you planar. And then the idea would be actually to, if I drag you down by 1 more and it's a half tick, yeah, it's going to be a little bit too tight. But the idea would be to just have it barely sweep by in such a way that it, you know, could be visibly touching. Problem is that they will spawn into the scene and then follow their trajectory, and if they impact this thing as they're going, then it will just be attached to the middle of that thing, which is why I'm interested in it. Linux Guru, hey, how you doing? Well, you're here, if you don't mind, would a mod to trigger KALs with pressure, speed, etc. be very difficult or possible? Small parts is your friend. Okay, I don't. KALs. Sure. I know what a KAL is. A Kerbal alligator lithium. It's a type of battery. It's made primarily from lithium and alligators, is the idea. Yeah. What, is there a better way to actually make this, like, look structural than relying on those? Because, boy, are they a nuisance. If there's 2 of you, on a snap, radial will be fine. Non-mirror mode, but you do need to snap. Snap to the middle. Snap to the... Are we not in absolute? We are in absolute. I snap to the middle, and the middle is different. Oh, Kerbal. I love you. I really... Wait, no, it's the opposite. It's the... tedious. Doing like that across there, you know, a little bit of, is what I have to say. I don't know, it kind of works. Kind of works. What is the length of one of the big guys? Okay, you don't need to do, just down to 1, please. Because now... I'm thinking of something that would just change everything again, because that's just how we roll around here. So, attach you to there. How far out do you come? A bit far. Yeah, a bit too far. That's fine. What do you think? Or a honeycomb structure? There'd be a bunch of these that go into one another. And I couldn't see in the reference photos any, like, clear, you know, here's what the honeycomb structure behind it actually looks like, and we're just looking for something to mount it to. Off of these, what if there are struts? Yeah, don't do anything helpful. Wouldn't want that to, don't want to break your streak here. There were those, and then, yeah, no, that's just gonna end up looking ugly. Would the gapping on these, if I put you back down like that, can grab you with a snap. It's an absolute no. I'll just pull you over, pull you down. Does that fill the space without going over, kind of a thing, you know? Price is Right rules. Without going over, do you fill the space? You're the nearest to filling the space without going over. And I would love to, well, maybe I can. Maybe I can get away with, if I go to absolute snap and I touch it once. Do you get me to a dead center? But then the problem is it doesn't line up on that direction. I don't want it to be square like this on the back. I'm considering this instead of the horizontal crossbar that we've got. If we had this and not that at all, would be the idea. And then do you two join in the middle in a way that's healthy and horrible? Healthily horrible is what I'm seeing. So when the blue lines line up, then they're actually not in surface alignment? Yeah. So these parts are non-symmetrical on the... Oh, I can see it clearly now when you look at it like this, that the blue line is shifted off to the left on the bottom one and shifted off to the right on the top one. I'm gonna really try and not care about that kind of little thing. And we could do it in mirror mode symmetry, but we know how that tends to explode on us. I don't know. That looks okay. I just wish that we could do it without even having that, without even having the hexagonal boy in the middle, or the octagonal strut in the middle, which would require us to have a single part that we attach to from here, and then we build out to those. And I like that, but we would need something that stretches that gap either on its own or on its own, really, which is why I looked for a moment at this and was like, well, what about that? Except for that this goes a bit too far, and then the smaller parts won't line up with it. And there will be that extra overlap. But what if it was like here, absolute snapping, grab, snap to, and then, ooh, it does fit in there. I think that's what we do then. Is that what you do then? I think that's what we do then. It's a thick boy. It's a thick monster of a boy. Thickly monstrous monster. You know, bearing in mind this is the back panel, will not really be visible much of the time at all. Yeah, let's go with that then, which means that I get to remove all of it. I'm going to be using you and you, but you go away, and the notion of our lotions ocean would be like that, like you. Rotate like so. Yeah, and the absolute snap doesn't actually get it to the center. If I put it on as a surface part instead of a node, does that? No. These parts, these grip strips, are very weird. They are definitely designed to be flat against something, so you don't get a center point and just kind of have to eyeball it. I'm very familiar with eyeballing things in Kerbal, though. So 1 pixel to the left, and that's perfect. It's what you have to just decide that that's true, or else you'll just always be unhappy. Your life will always suck. But that, and then y'all. Now it's a much more difficult kind of process to make the hexagons, anyway. because I got to build off in 2 bits that something something, and then they connect back down there, and so it's like one that goes off in that direction and one that goes off in the other direction. If I do that and then we do mirror mode, it's not really mirror mode that I'm thinking would be helpful here. Gets us the correct angle for one of them anyway. And you come up to like something like that, and then we'd have to do it on the other side, but then we've got the one piece that doesn't and won't and doesn't, you know? You feel me, dog? Can you dig it? Can you, would you, I mean, if I gave you a shovel, is the thing. I have absolutely no idea what's going on, but it sure looks fun. Really? Cool, because it looks like tedious to me. But no, yeah, we're building the James Webb telescope. It's got gold mirrors on the front of it, and the idea here is to take a lot of time and a lot of care in building one mirror, get it exactly correct, and then there's just 17 more that you need to snap onto some kind of a structure that then has to fold and collapse and things and stuff and things. But, you know, something along those lines. Now that I'm thinking about that, what are you thinking about that? What I'm thinking about that is, like, let me make you the root part. Sure, go ahead and do it like that. And then let me get rid of the U. Okay? Because what we're building here is the hex. We're kind of building backwards there, but the hex is going to be its own solid structure. I don't like the way that you guys are coming together, so F off for you. An important thing here is going to be that even though we're not going to have the cubic octagonal, we will want like a strut that gives us a nice center attachment point, which is again a thing that has to be eyeballed because Kerbal is Kerbal, at least with this part, if we're going to use it. Which it does seem like a pretty good idea if I can just get it to work. But doing like that will give us the nice center node that we can attach to. Seems like it wants to shift just a touch to the right. Am I crazy? Like a pixel to the right? It's a little bit too far maybe. You just pick a part that actually has a central piece. So that would be like that, and then when we did want to attach one of these to the structure, it just snaps on there nicely, cleanly, and it pops on, pops off. No big deal. So that's going to help us in the long run to have it as such. You go sit down there for a second, because the idea here is to then create a hexagonal structure off of this, which we can fake. We could fake it just to get her done in Kerbal. I mean, even if we weren't faking it, it would still have to be fake because of the way that... because you can't connect something. Is that the way that it needs to be? I don't know, pull it out and find out. You can't connect something at like 2 different parts without like strutting it into what you demand of it, into the shape that you need. You make the shape that you... It's just like you can't make a box that's supported at all 4 corners without the use of docking ports and stuff. You can sort of force that, but basically one way or another you're kind of cheating it in this scenario in order to get the shape and structure that you're looking for. So if that's the way that things are going to be, then this is the way that things are going to be. So I just pull those bits out to the size that we want them at. Can they go any further? I would like to have them at the maximum distance that they look good. It's going to be right there. Yeah. Yeah? Yeah. Okay. And then how do these things honeycomb together? Because that's the other, like, concern here. We've got a node here for attaching things to, but these need to attach to one another as well. Let's look at the James Webb. And let's see, like, this view and see that we're actually flat on the top for the James Webb, and the way that this looks right now is correct. But that means that the correct orientation for this is going to be, if I put one of you on there, you snap it on, it'd be like that, and then I grab the whole thing, and that's actually the correct orientation of the telescope. Stop making everything green for each one of the panels. It'd be so nice to just see, and then this is in the, wrong orientation there. So what you need is this comes off, get it correct that way, and then the whole structure, yep, it has to be like that in order to get the flat edges on the side, and then for them to attach to one another. This mounting construction area back here. Another thing that we could do, just grab this, and if I drag it back some more, where's the point at which it looks solid, but not also like occluding or impacting the ability of it to rotate? Just for the line of sight, just how it looks. That looks good. So you have that there, and then for these to be able to attach to one another, which they would have to do in vertical strips, first and foremost, but then they do have to attach to one another on the left to right. I think we focus on the vertical strip. So vertical strip connection. So we've done it this way, and it has to be done that way. The kittens. Kittens going at my feet. Wonder what the people down there think about it? I could ask them. Hang on. I just, how do I get down? There you go. Hey, you! You! What do you think? Huh? What? Hey. I pay your paycheck. I sign for you. Your money comes out of my... What a dick. What a dick. I would fire him, but there are several lawsuits against me for doing that, for just like demanding somebody, and then the sexual harassment and stuff. It's been a lot. I don't need any more. Cats! 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 You just yell at them, and then you're pretty much done at that point. You've yelled at them. As simple as it seems, to try and figure something out here, it's like it's the way that Kerbal's nodes snap together. It's the way that each one of these is symmetry of the last one of these. There's a lot of things going on to try and come up with something that is reproducible. Kittens, get out of here! Ah! So trying to take the time up front early and figure something out and try and just so that you don't get into the middle of it and then you're all the way down the road and it's like, oh, that's gonna be a problem. God damn it! That's it. Hey! Shit's out of here. Where are you? Get out of here. Get out of here. Go on. Get out of here. It's one of them. That's one of them. A little bit of a kitten hunt. Midstream kitten hunt. The other one go on his own? Hmm? Huh? Ah. the cats fighting? Yeah. They're just playing. But, you know, jumping all around the live stream, jumping all around the green screen, jumping on bags and stuff. Throwing me off, man. You know? Here for a little bit over an hour, I got like 16 parts. We do need to take a live stream break. Maybe stepping away from this will help me better conceive of how we do like this honeycomb backplating where everything can come together. Now that I've like started to build it and I see what the issues are, and just looking at like how we connect them into strips. In Kerbal Space Program's very particular node surface snap system. Yeah, I think we need a live stream break. That's what's going to get us there. So, we'll hang on, because I need to just back over here and we'll name it something. James Webb Telescope Mach 1. Just save our test bed as we go. And yeah, let's have ourselves a 7-8 minute live stream break, walk away, pee a little bit, grab a drink, think about it, you know, come up with your own designs, meet me back here and tell me, you know, what I'm doing wrong with my life generally. Not Kerbal, I'll figure that out, but like, you know, in terms of like happiness and depression, 2022 is coming up, and, you know, it's just a lot. So you let me know. It's going to be part of the vampire series, what we do in the shadows. Kittens are trying to get into. I gotta go trap some kittens in a box. 7 minutes, meet me back here, pawn not out. Hello, I am the Ronan Paul, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronan Paul live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Paul, where we're in Kerbal Space Program today, and building the James Webb Space Telescope is the idea, anyway. Just a lot of time just trying to figure out, like, a honeycomb construction for, you know, everything here, starting with the reflective mirror. There are 18 of them, it looks like, on the telescope, but then we need something to attach them to back here, and just a lot of little considerations I'm trying to work through in my head, because these things attach vertically mainly to one another in, you know, vertical strips. If we go over to reference photo, I've been looking at here, vertical strip kind of thing, and then they fold back and over on each other. You can see this one's starting to fold back a little bit. So they're going to zzz, like that, you know, the way that they're going to collapse is that direction. So we want them to be connected along like a cross beam that goes along here for them to fold back the way that they're supposed to. And then, but additionally, we got to figure out, you know, while working around and within Kerbal Space Program's snapping system and which parts have nodes where and stuff like that. You know, we want them to have something of a rigid seeming, it'd be nice if it were actually structurally sound, rear structure to support the mirrors here as well. Don't trap them, I'll call animal control. Trap the kittens? Yeah, we're just going to accept them. I think we've moved most of the brown paper out of the room anyway, so they'll be running around. Little update though on our cat scenario here. We've got their mother that we brought the kittens in, and their mother has been an outdoor cat that we feed and take care of and hangs around and brings her bows around. But I built her a little bit of a house, and we've been feeding her in the house in the hopes that she'd figure out to, like, you know, you can stay in that house when it's cold out kind of a thing. She hasn't done it. Today, right now, during the live stream break, I look out the window, walk outside, she like was in the house, and she like walked out and did the stretching, yawning thing. So she was actually sleeping in that house for the first day that I know of as of now. Hooray. We built this thing to help her get through winter, and built it months ago now, or a month and a half ago. Haven't been able to get her to the point where she's comfortable with going in there. Now she's comfortable with going in there. So, yay. Yay. That is now, I like cats having the freedom to roam and then have a shelter. Yeah, we've got now 5 indoor cats between the 3 kittens and the 2 elder brothers who've been here, you know, with me, part of the family for years and years and years, like 5 years now or something like that. Brought these kittens in, and now we've also got their mom and dad. But they're outdoor, and we're just trying to help them fare through the weather months. Mom, very friendly, very personable. Dad, very much a, you know, outdoor Detroit City male cat. Big balls in personality and the other way. And yeah, he's Mo, we call him. We call him Mo because he meows with like a really low, it sounds like goes Mo. It's like, all right, Mo. And their mother we've named Nermal. Because at the beginning it was just like, yeah, she's a bit of a nuisance, isn't she? We'll go with the Garfield name for the nuisance cat. Cats tear things up a lot, yeah. And I got no furniture or anything in the house that they can't destroy. I just would prefer it if during the live streams they weren't. I mean, they can bounce off the walls a little bit, just if they're not rolling around in brown paper that's just rattling through the microphone for everybody who wants to try and watch this travesty. Who wants to try and watch me try and build this space telescope thing. And having taken the live stream break, Mr. Vatnadal, 18 months worth of subscription, a year and a half worth of subs. Merry Christmas to all, says Mr. Vatnadal. Merry Christmas to you as well, and thank you so much for the continuing support. Year and a half. Thank you so much. And yeah, Merry whatever you're celebrating to whoever's celebrating it. I don't care. I was actually, in terms of, oh god, if I get down off or onto this tangent, last night, perhaps a little bit inebriated. I'm still there. Apparently, I can't say the word. I was talking to Lady Pawn just about the idea of Christmas, and kind of in that moment came up with maybe it's a way of conceptualizing how I've always felt about Christmas that I'd never realized before, that there's, validity to it, that just in terms of the Christian part of the holiday, it's supposed to be, that Christmas is so much more a celebration of Jesus's death and resurrection, and yet Easter's supposed to be that, and Christmas is supposed to be the birth, and it just doesn't make sense. And I feel like it's almost willful or just neglectful of the Christian religion, which I'm a Buddhist, so not a big problem for me, but studied Jesus a lot, did call myself a Christian once upon a time, and so it pisses me off. The parallel between Christmas and the date that we celebrate it on. We celebrate it at the solstice, where the sun is at its lowest for 3 days and then starts to rise again, which is where the whole death and resurrection of Jesus thing kind of bleeds over to. Were they just trying to compete with pagan religions and come up with, because like sun worshiping religions, which were popular of the day and of the time, and there's so much of that in the development of Christianity and Catholicism and things, where they just change stuff in order to make it more marketable to a mass of people, and then thousands of years later people are dedicated to these premises as though they weren't just marketing shifts. But yeah, I just feel like Christmas is so much more positioned to be a celebration of the death and resurrection, and feels that way. We're coming to the end of a year, it's the New Year's thing, and it's supposed to be like both something is leaving and something new is arriving, kind of a deal, which makes perfect sense to be celebrating that end, to be celebrating the Easter part of things at Christmas and the Christmas part of things at Easter. It just works. It would just make so much sense. Something goes and something new arrives. The times, they are a-changing. No passing is, no man is an island unto himself. Any moat that washes away takes a piece of me away as well. Just all of that, and all of that emotion, all of that spiritual resonance and meaning that would exist in Christmas if it were not the happy and he was born, which probably happened in June, as far away from December as you could get without coming back. It's just such a mess of everything, from a spiritual perspective, a philosophical perspective, a historical perspective, and then, of course, the way that it's come to be celebrated has nothing to do with it anymore. It's not even really a religious holiday, and it's like, that's fine. Doesn't have to be, but for those who it is, it feels like it's the wrong holiday anyway. And like, I've got all these conflicted feelings about Christmas because it's just so tied up with like stress and worry about trying to get people the gifts and trying to, visit everybody, and there's so much like pressure to do a certain thing that is wrapped around this whole like season: Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's, and it's just all together once. They start putting up the Christmas ornaments before Halloween is out. So I've got all of that. That's just like cultural realities of it. But then when I think about it philosophically, spiritually, historically, it's also like, this is the wrong holiday. I think you guys just messed it up. I think in a more sensible and sane, there's a alternate dimension of our reality where Christmas is Easter and Easter is Christmas, and it makes a lot more sense and holds together in some way. Is Pawn on a Christmas Jesus rant? A little bit. I did break off there. Hello, Nasalik 85. Hey, Ronan Pawn, how are you today? I'm doing pretty okay. I was feeling good, and then I started trying to build this damn thing that I thought would be easy, and it turns out an $11 billion telescope that took engineering for like a decade and a half or something like that. You can't just whip it together in KSP in a single stream. I mean, you probably can if you're better at the game than I, but I'm having trouble anyway. And McCanns02, really enjoying your monologue. Yeah, it's just, I have such an affinity for the teachings of Jesus Christ, and for when you actually look at, forget what the church and the people who claim to represent him look like and say and do, but you actually go directly to the teachings and see what he's saying, and he's giving you like a handbook to how to live as a human being and be, satisfied, not be lost in the stresses and depressions of the moment of the day. Like literally one of the quotes from Jesus is something along the lines of let the evils of the day take care of themselves, that kind of a thing. Like, damn it, it's a really good quote, and I know it. If I weren't trying to think of it, then I could think of it. Unto the, and then with the, and then there was, and thouest, and therefore, and unto, and goeth, wheresoever thou goest, so go I. No, none of those things. But it's sufficient unto the day are the evils thereof. Take no thought for the morrow. Take no thought for the morrow. Sufficient unto the day are the evils thereof. And it's like, is Jesus being a glass half empty kind of a pessimist there, that he's describing every day as just being a collection of the evils thereof? No, he's saying don't get bogged down in the stress and the bullshit of life in such a way that, like, you take what might be tomorrow and worry about it now. You know, you've got enough stress and worries and stuff that you can come up, that you can cook up, that your brain can latch on into this day and be like, that asshole cut me off in traffic. But if you're going to then expand that to now being worried about the assholes who might cut you off in traffic tomorrow or the next day, and what that means on a greater scale and for humanity and all that kind of stuff, Jesus Christ, take no thought of the morrow. The evils of the day are sufficient unto them, so just let it be. It's just really good teachings throughout there. Very, very wise monk, you know, very, very wise religious and spiritual teacher that I feel just got kind of screwed over by history. I mean, they're still talking about him, but my God, the number of people who would qualify in their own religion as heretics. The number of things that are in the Bible as though they're gospel that just seem like this is not the same man. This is not the same man from a couple of chapters ago in the Bible, where he was, you know, talking to us all about God as a father, loving, caring, you know, that he's not an evil force to be afraid of. And then you get to the end of the Bible, you get to the end of the Gospels, each one of the books, and suddenly it turns into, be afraid, for you know not the hour of the coming of the Lord, and if you're not doing the right thing when he's there, then you'll be left behind. And then you get the Jehovah's Witnesses and their fear-mongering and their scare tactics and their, you know, only 144,000 will be saved, and will you be one of them? And the odds are that, like, if you're a Jehovah's Witness, and if that's the belief, I might be wrong about that, I think it's the Jehovah's Witnesses who believe in the 144,000. If there's a limited number of souls and the number's already been picked and everything, you know the odds of you being one, like as a Jehovah's Witness. You know how many Jehovah's Witnesses have been before you and will be after you before the end of time, as, you know, your faith would believe in, before the returning of the odds that you are one of the chosen, even being a Jehovah's Witness, you might as well be playing the lottery. I just like pointing out certain things that are like, because all this shit is nothing that's important to focus on. Look to the teachings, look to the wisdom, look to the spiritual practices, look to the fact that Jesus, every third page of the Bible, is going off somewhere to meditate. Why is there no meditation in Christianity? Why do you think that meditation is just like I'm going to go and think about things and ponder my next move? That's not what it is. That's not what he was teaching. He didn't go off into a cave to sit in meditation with 3 of his disciple monks because he wanted to think about what his next political action was or something like that. It's meditation. There is a practice thereof. Why doesn't Christianity perform it more often? Why don't Christian religions, who are so obsessed with this Jesus character, do what Jesus did and live as Jesus lived and live as he taught? Like, just all of these things. So all of that kind of boils up for me at Christmas, and there's a part of me that just enjoys reflecting on it and trying to find more and more like meaning and truth in seeing what I see is wrong. You know, you look at something and you maybe not know why it is that you've got a problem with it, and then just by sort of living with it and you know, living in this world and smelling it and seeing how people behave and seeing what they say and seeing what they claim their beliefs are, and then how they, you know, it eventually, like, the answers fill themselves in. You know, you don't have to, you walk around with the question on your shoulder, the answer will land on the other shoulder. You don't have to, like, probe it. And Christmas comes up and it brings up a lot of that stuff for me. Glad I started a rant. It will do it. I find Christmas, for the reasons you outline, hard. I cried when the JWT launched safely, the most wonderful gift we can give the next generation. Yeah, not this one, though. This one's a little bit shoddy so far. Just wait a few years. She'll go off the rails and be a... What? Who? Okay, that's something that's in reference to somebody else. Something I've missed that. That's up chat. Gotta go. We'll be starting a stream in an hour. Oh, good night, Linux. Well, maybe we'll raid you later. You're the Linux guy. I've seen some of your things. You're a cool guy. Yeah, he is kept alive and grandfathered and made sure that possibly approaching 4 digits worth of mods. No, it's definitely hundreds. It's definitely like over 100 mods, Kerbal Space Program mods that he's had a hand in at one point or another, keeping alive, keeping them, running in the next version kind of a thing, making sure that the code goes from one version of Unity and one build of the game to the next and the models still function and that sort of a thing. So very much patron saint of Kerbal Space Program, Linux Guru Gamer. At least of the modding community, there is no argument. I'm considering now, this is the wrong orientation, so if I get it back into the correct orientation, we can look at it more fairly. The tops of the panels, the mirrors on the James Webb, are flat. They are horizontal. They don't, they do the point out here, out in that direction. So in terms of like how it needs to ultimately fold together and that they need to link up and that sort of a thing, it's like we need a beam, or at least they're going to have to connect at some point in the middle along here, either at the tip, but probably not at the tip. Like, there's going to be a connection point that has to exist out here. Meanwhile, the backing structure does need to stack vertically. So I was thinking about that during the live stream break before I got completely lost on another Jesus rant. And what my mind done came up with was, if I were to take this, make you the root part. Okay. So you're like that. I really kind of need you rotated the other way, but we'll just look at it like this. We'll use the camera for that. If I were to make you the root part, then that means that each one of these would be able to snap to one that is below them. And they're going to need a bit of a gapper kind of a thing. But I think that gets us somewhere and gets things rolling. And my idea would then be to go over to subassemblies and drop in a U to the subassembly zone and say that this is the James Webb this honeycomb radial, because what we've done here is created a radial attachment point for it. And that should mean that if I were to reach back in here for a honeycomb and find the right orientation for it, then they could snap together like that. There is going to need to be spacers for that. So let's start by putting one of the mirrors back in place. And you need to be in the correct orientation when you do that. Just like that. And then give me another one and attach you there. And now we can see what kind of spacer that we're going to need to make these things come together. So now you should come off all as one piece. Yeah. And then you can snap back in there. I go back over to our structural parts and see about just these. Gets us the kind of height that we would need from one side, and then if we get the same height from the other side, okay. But if we had a piece that was more just the correct height in the first place, like one of these, problematic in how big and heavy that is. If we sort by mass and look for something that might do the job a little bit lighter weight, Yeah, shockingly, the I-beam is actually less weight than the other. This is 0.08 tons, and the girder segment is 0.1 tons. So if you're here instead, that might just split it perfect kind of half and half, and then if I attach you there, you know, there's a little bit of, we need just a touch more space between them. You know, they're coming together in a way that they actually merge. That's such a nuisance, though, because it's so close to being what it needs to be. And the odds of finding a part that is more fit for that gapping are, I would say, unlikely. That it would be unlikely. If I take you off, I grab you, rotate you like that, we should still be fine to be able to get the rotation at the very minimal degrees that we've allowed it in all the directions. Yeah, we can more than double that and still have the clearance. We could offset all of them. Well, but if they're all offset, then they'll be the same gap. Yeah, so that doesn't get her done. What is the solution to that? Let's pull this off and look at if we were to try building up with you, where you are left. Pretty much the same, and this is why it's like such a damn it kind of a thing, because I presume that the spacing is going to be very samey for most of this stuff. But with these being shorter than they need to be, and using 5 of them, it means that I could take this one, merge it down, you know, we get this back on here, and then we have that one come in to where we've just got that bit of a gap betwixt their twain. And could even, you know, fashion that gap. You wouldn't want to fashion that gap on both sides so that it's even, because you want to be able to snap these things together quickly and easily, kind of a deal. So that's how that is definitely wants to maybe kind of half, kind of could be done. And that's a lot lower weight to use those, but I hate that it's 5 parts. If we use the octagonal struts, we get a lower part count. We just got to put it on sideways. So I'll snap you to the node, rotate you down, put you in, and then we attach them like so. Give them a absolute snap grab, merge them back down so that they're actually joined, touching one another. I hate that this thing is like not in the center of the room, and I just keep having to move it to the left and then adjust again and adjust again and adjust again. But yeah, that gets those two happy, and it gives us some of what we need. Do it one more time, and then with an absolute snap, grab it, pull it down by 1, by a half 1, and then if I put you on there, do we get lucky? Oh, well then you don't have the attachment point that you need at the top for that to snap on cleanly and nicely. You'd have to do that, and I really do want that attachment point. It just makes the whole build easier, but you can embed an octagonal strut, but now we're back up to 4 instead of 5, technically better. I hit it with an absolute snap, and then something like that, grab you, put you back on, and you're actually taller than we need in that configuration. Which then makes me want to say, well, what if I just didn't have, how much taller are you? Because if I gotta have that piece, I do like that, and I do the absolute snap again, and then pull it back down by a half snap, so that it's touching, and then I've got this guy to allow us to extend. Yeah, not quite enough. But, what? But, if Why do you keep saying the word but? But, bring this up, and then we can get whatever gap we like. Oh, and that's very nice because you got those, like, those mounts are just on top of where they're sitting, so it actually looks like they're structural helpers, kind of a deal. But it also looks like we might be able to have you just do that. And then pull you back down in. It's just so structurally, excuse me, is what I would call it, how I would say. Oh, really? Is another way that you could express that. Let's see. That would likely make folding easier, too. Yeah, I'm worried about the folding thing, because it's got to be horizontal. It's got to be like over here is where it will fold in, kind of a deal. But yeah, I just don't like the look. Like, what if, and then what if, but what if, like, what I'd like to see now is if I snap you in, I can't snap you in, it's fine. Put you like that, give me a little rotation on you. And then, with the snapping, pull you up, and what's your gap looking like? For this to come from one to the other. And not at all as though we would do it this way. Ooh. And have it just coming off of something randomly. But so you need to be up a little bit higher to get this balanced. Just trying to find that place where we get like equal penetration on both sides, so that when I pull it back to the left, they'll both disappear, not be penetrating. Okay, so if I pull down a touch, nope, now you're doing it on that side. Means I'm very close. Yeah. Are you up there too? Alright, so you're on both sides, and then if I pull out just a pixel again. That would look very cool. That would look very cool. But again, we can't have like two attachment points in this game. Like, how do these parts all fit together, and is there a way to do it where it actually has structural, you know, benefit to it, and not just that it looks good? Which looking good is important. I think we can all agree. I'm almost there. Or not. Or not. We're just sitting here staring together. That's another thing that we could say. You know, welcome to Twitch, home of entertainment. I'm just trying to imagine, like, how we would create, you know, some nodes up there that actually link together and would snap together nicely and not leave us with this ugly, like, what the fuck even is that construction? Well, it's necessary because it's Kerbal Space Program, kind of a thing that we've got going on here. No, I think we could go back to this, actually. This one piece is going to be a lot heavier. But if I remove you again, and I get rid of you entirely, and then I got you back in here, yeah? So you're back in there doing that. And then would the idea be to, like, add an extra grip strip to it, I think was in my head. in order to give us the kind of height control that we'd need. Except for when I do that, I take up the one node that the grip strip has, so I'd have to do it where it's a surface mount part, with snapping, absolute, get it to the dead center, get it to the... You don't... Oh, that is the dead center, okay. Wow, and that actually, yeah, fills that space, but it's not okay. And then you do that, and then you do this, and then you got that. Huh? And then, but it's not, did it attach to this piece? Because that's what I wanted from it. It might be attached to the other node that I left empty. It is. Damn it. Alright, so get you up, and then make sure that you're snapping to the node that we want and care about. In fact, is that like not snapping to you because you're on the wrong side for it? It looks like yes. So you need to rotate round to an exterior snap, and then you can go on to there. And then when I move this, we can get the gapping the way that we want it there. So that we've got just that little bit of space between the mirrors. And then with these, could actually like fake them if they are just going to be fakes, because they're probably just going to be fakes is the thing. We could have two of them. Hit. Yeah, no, you'd want them exterior like that. And then grab you, pull you out, hold shift. With a snap, actually, before I do that, let's make sure we've got an absolute, and then we hit it with the snap, and then it should be perfectly central. No more needing to eyeball that. Then off of the snap, hold shift, drag it out. But because of the difference in height, yeah, that's not how that's gonna look best or work best. So I will still kind of just need to eyeball it. I've left a ghost one in there, which is why things look the way they do. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. It's a big, girthy boy, though. And my other idea had been to have this way to reduce how girthy it appeared. We rotate them back and forth, and then you're just gonna have to be reattached differently than you were. And it still ends up being so girthy. So girthy, though. Just looking for that miracle. That one where it's like, there it is. That's what we were looking for. That's what we wanted all along and didn't know. And you're too small. Only another 16 to go. Yeah. Well, only another 16 different iterations of this design to go before I'm happy with it, because you know me. You're making it foldable too? That would be, yes, that would be the goal. I just go back to that version. Like, how do we feel about it? Like this? Jay and Silent Bob reference from the past, from the far and distant pasture. No, I've clicked, so it's fine. Grab it again. Make sure there's no snap. Hold shift. I just don't like that it's a double beam kind of a thing in order to make it happen. What that means is that, like, one of these is that. Okay? So let's just go with it. Let's save that as that is. And then the deal, what's the deal? The deal would be, let's go into sub-assemblies. No, we don't have to. We could just alt do all of this thing. But then you, what is the core piece here anymore? Anybody have any ideas? It kind of want to be that, wouldn't it? Because then you'll pull out and that will still have its node on it. So that would be our core. I make a copy of it, subassembly. We cancel because I think this is actually, we would make this the James Webb mirror final. You can overwrite that. And then, if this is the bottom, then we grab another, not core, nope, cancel, whatever I did. I love this interface where there's no place to drop things. James Webb with the James Webb final. Where was the final? Mirror final. Okay. And then that ain't it. That ain't it. That is not it. And things have changed, as they sometimes do in Kerbal Space Program. When you do them. They've yeah. But that's wrong. I did that wrong anyway. What we would need to be the root part would be you. And then put it back up. Give me the whole thing. James Webb mirror final. Overwrite it. Then give me James Webb mirror final. Rotate. And then you snap into there. James Webb mirror final. You snap into there. And how many do we have in the exterior? It's 3. So then you would grab this, rip it off. And that's one row of panels for Mr. Webb. And each of them has the ability to adjust their angle in 3-degree increments, up, down, left, and right, which we could absolutely increase. I think we should increase to whatever like is our maximum for their ability to move in here. Should we? Because that's all you get out of them that way. Which is fine. But if I went up to, let's see what our max would be. Let's just jump up to like -9 to 9. And then target angle. And there's just a lot more adjustability. For each of them panels. I think that's reasonable. 9 and 9. And then if we did it on the other guy, give him a... Where is it? It's you. -9 and 9. It's impressive to see him move. The mirrors, thank you. Wait, no. Ain't the mirrors meant to be curved and not flat? You go ahead, find me that part in Kerbal. I could probably actually give them that little in, but this just looks so good. I don't think it's going to look better if we did that. And then you guys would be able to rotate, yeah, quite a bit in those directions. So if we did max rotation on that one and then max rotation on this one, we still got clearance in all the directions around our honeycomb deal. Whether the panels will clear one another, that's a matter for the science, for the physicists, I don't know, something. But yeah, in terms of like the mirrors being in a rounded honeycomb dish kind of a fashion, kind of a thing, they would all have a touch of a something to them. Just a touch of a something to them. That being the case too, like we could use the ability for these to, so like you would be in by 1 degree. We have to replace all of these with the 9-degree variant now. You'd be 1 degree, and then you'd be -1 degree. And then you would kind of want each of them to, based on their vertical, to be a little bit further out, kind of a deal, just a little bit, because it was going to be their default position. Still have clearance, and should, in all circumstances, I would think. But they don't have to be like... I think this works very well. And they can just be flat, but then we can use their angles in order to do the thing. And if this were like an outer bit as well, then every one of these would have a target angle of negative... Let's, you know, if it's that outside, let's say it's -3. Because I've already got -3s set up for all of this. And that would be your outer bit, and that would allow us to, you know, create a slightly domed shape as we went. But I do quite fancy the idea of them all having negative, or, you know, 9 degrees worth of movement on any range, just because we can, just because we've got the freedom there. So let me do -9 and 9 here. And then, same for you, -9 and 9. And then get rid of everything. I'll save it. Get rid of everything that is not supposed to be here. And then resave this as our root part. Starting from there, we resave you as the James Webb Mirror Final. Overwrite it, which really it shouldn't say delete, but it's Kerbal Space Program. James Webb Mirror Final. Attach. James Webb Mirror Final. Attach. And then this being an outer guy, we would then just rip that off. And that's, you know, very convenient to build. It looks pretty good on the rear. It looks like there could be some solid structural things going, you know. I don't hate it. Took me a while to get comfortable with it, but I don't hate it. So yeah, then we could... why are you all getting further out as you go? What? What? You should have attached on a node in this one. Did I accidentally leave you with angles? Oh, they all have a -3 on them. That's why. Whoopsie. That's fine, I guess? It's fine. 0 on you. No, you should be -3 if it were gonna be... And now we could, like, double it and make it more... Wow, look at that. Like, if it's the outer, let's go full -9 just to make it really impressive. And then this is an outer, like, lower bit that's pointing upward. Let's give that a, like, if it's going to be 9 at the most outer place, then maybe we'll give it a 3 for now. And so then you would also have a -9. You would also have a -9. And then you would be a -3. And then you would be a dead 0. And then you start to get that domed thing. Even though there's like this overlapping edge kind of a deal, because, you know, if we're pulling one back. I mean, we could get crazy and put in some hydraulics that will extend the mirror forward as we make an animation so that as it goes through that cycle, it extends it forward so that it's always flat kind of a thing. We could go crazy. Let's not go crazy yet. You know, we can also just slightly adjust each one of them in order to fit its role, which would really, in this instance, just come down to like grabbing this bit if we wanted to. And we don't want to, but just, you know, if we wanted to, which we don't, we'd grab like you, and then rock you back a little bit. Get you in line. Yeah. But we don't want to. Oh shit, it doesn't save any of that information, does it? That fucking... this game. You hit Control-Z and it forgets all of your tweakables that you did. But what we really need to focus on is less that. I'll tell you what, one more time we'll get this right. We'll have it, you know, if it's going to be our part that we keep pulling from, let's get all of the angles correct on the one that we're using. Just get them zeroed, so that they're just plain, set, equal, and then rip everything apart. And it's above there, throw it away. One more time, grab you from down here, make you our final. Put you back in. You're the lower boy. Grab another one. Grab another one. rip you off. And there you go. There's our paneling. Hello, Ronan Pawn. Good morning. It's -4 Santa Calvin here. How are you? Someone was telling me there's a streamer making the JWST. Not surprised it's you. Oh, are they talking about me? Yeah, that's pretty cold, huh? -4. I don't know what it is right now, and -4 would be, because that would be 0 is 32 Fahrenheit, which is what I'm familiar with here. So -4, I'm thinking somewhere around 16, maybe 16, 12 degrees Fahrenheit, something like that. Does that sound about right? That's pretty cold. We've had a nice little warm snap here in Michigan lately, something like that. Yeah. For, you know, it was definitely not a white Christmas in Detroit anyway. It was rather warm, which was nice. It's comfortable. Just had to avoid stepping into mud while you're trying to carry presents in. But yeah, I think that's going to be our fundamental structure. I think that works together. You know, it works fine for this point. Now save it, because now the next, like, big concern that we need to figure out before we just start snapping a bunch of these together is, how does it fold? Where does it fold and how does it fold? So robotics-wise, we're looking for, you know, a big old hinge, and we want to use the smallest, lightest weight hinge that makes sense, but it's a lot of weight, even in space, to have to be dealing with. And having a big hinge would also mean that I don't have to do much craziness. Much craziness? There wouldn't be much craziness that would need to be done in order to get the spacing right, you know? We get it right once, it's got a big long throw of its own, get the hinge at the points where things would collapse up, and all's well. Profit, go home. Go home, go home, you're drunk. Go home. So yeah, you could be out where you're just not seeing that kind of a thing. That's a big old hinge. What's your half a ton worth of a hinge there? And then the target angle, like that would be it deployed, and then when we sealed it up, it could come to... Does this one actually fold over on itself? How many folds are there in the James Webb, like, final version? Because I know that, like, this part does that, but I could have swore there were 2 folds, at least at one point in the design, if not in this final. Like, this one folds over onto, or rather, this one folds over onto those, but then those actually fold over again. I'm not 1000% on that. Was on a little island over Christmas, snow blowing sideways at the coast, was a cold walk. In Denmark. That's the beginning of definitely a joke of some kind. Take a cold walk, Denmark, or something like this. Sure, it's a long walk off a short pier. And like stuff like this, I don't know that this is, you know, official final design. It might have been things that were being proposed. I mean, there you go. We've got 3 of them that we can see. I think it double folds. But then you look at that, and you see the 3 folding in, but not those. Is that... Yeah, it's that, and then these just fold back? That's it? I mean, I would believe it. That is a very tight launch, you know, to fit under a fairing. That is tight enough. That is tight enough, my friends. And anything deeper that you did, you'd still have to get the clearance for your, you know, outer mirror, for your focusing mirror, or whatever that one would be called. Yeah. So it really is just the 1 fold, and it really does just fold to... Maybe, is it more than a 90, though? The way that I'm looking at that, it looks like it might be kind of triangle once it all collapses together, which would also make a fair bit of sense. The only real question then is, I should also look at, just to see, you know, this seems like it's about the right hinge for it. It's just a bit huge. But if I were to have you there, give you some absolute snapping. What do we got? Absolute, snap, boom. Should go dead to center of that guy. And then, you know, because it's very lightweight. Once it's in space and being deployed, it's not a problem. And luckily in Kerbal Space Program, we don't have to worry about the things that they did in building it, in terms of like getting it into a subwoofer chamber and blasting it with the low resonant vibrations that would be coming through from that would be coming along the surface of the ship, and as it has to go up into space, and then having to drag the whole thing into a massive vacuum chamber that they then get down to what, like, well, they get down to space temperatures, but I know that like one side of the telescope has to be at like 6 degrees above absolute zero. No higher than 6 degrees above absolute zero, and they have to maintain that cooling in space with a resonant chamber. Like, I'm really interested with the James Webb, the technology that was developed as they were developing it. I'm really interested to see if their cooling technology actually turns into something that, you know, becomes common use or starts to roll out into industry and that kind of stuff, and then eventually we've got you know, refrigerators that are based on those designs. I don't know much about it, but it seems to me that with their demands and needs for a cooling, for a heat pump, basically, but that also didn't, you know, it didn't have mechanical parts, as few mechanical parts as possible, because every time you move something, then you're changing you're, you know, adding delta V in one direction, kind of a thing, and so their acoustical resonance heat pump is like, this thing has probably got to, it's got to be massively efficient. It's got to run on a relatively low available amount of wattage and volts coming in and things like that. And if it's just down to incredibly precise machining, that's the kind of thing that, you know, you lose a couple of % of efficiency on it because it's not important, but you tool it down, you make it simpler to make, you put, you know, come up with a mass production design element around the same premise, and maybe we all end up with like an even more efficient heat pump system for air conditioning, for refrigeration, for all of that stuff. It's one of those places where, you know, NASA taken all these years and spending these billions of dollars in order to create this thing, they may have unlocked a you know, base model for some things that can actually be used in your home. That is too small. That is definitely too small. But that's like my biggest, could some of this technology be used? Could it end up rolling out for the rest of us? And if it's going to happen, it'd be there. So, with your traverse angle, start at 0, like, I want to say that it doesn't seem like this thing folds up much more than, I don't know, 60 degrees, something like that. I think I'm going to put an angle limit on it of 60. Probably all information you can get online. Just look it up, and then you'd know. Deploy. That would be cool. Mr. Freeze would be pleased. Yeah. But that seems very, very possible. Very, very possible that that's what we end up with. Building from the bottom meant that this was not a problem, but we might have to create an alternate version of our mirror in order to carry on from here. So if I just grab another James Webb Mirror Final, and I try and surface mount it, it's going to be to the wrong piece there, you know? So we need an alternate version with a different node on it. And I suppose what I could do, potentially, go to you, and then yours is that, and then that allows you to snap onto this, but I do want one that has that construction on it. Well, I hate to do it, but we're saved and we're good. So for reroute to there, yeah, sure. Expected. Put you back in the position you were. And then rip everything off above here. Is that right? Yes. And then that's the James Webb Mirror final. It doesn't say whether it's radial or not. Okay. So give me this. And James Webb mirror. I've just run out of space here, haven't I? F cross. F cross. What does that mean? I don't know, but it means something, and we'll be able to use it. So now I can put you back together as you were, like that. The center, the place where this build actually started was there once upon a time. Whether that's important or necessary now, but that means now we've got a James Webb F cross, and then the F cross should be able to be attached via the same part, but there. Oh yeah. Oh yeah? Oh, right. Because it's a honeycomb. That was the whole thing. So this is why we had to get started on it, was to, you know, realize, oh shit. That you got what I need. You say he's just a friend. See where you'd need to be. Just little gaps, just little nothing gaps is what we're looking for here. So you get that gap there, and then gap up here. It's not going to help me to get this right now. So you got that little gap there, and that means that this would attach via things that would have to go down there. I forget there is no middle mirror. Yeah. So we make the 2 4 columns, and there will be 1 2 3 4 kind of a deal. But we're on the inner 4 columns now, and like, you know, from here, what we've already done is put us in a position where I can presumably. You're upside down. Yeah. What? No. Just give it to me. What? No. Just give it to me. Not that. No. Just fuck yourself. Give me mirror final. So then you could be like that, and then give me another one, and rotate, and oh fuck, and then you and then you and yeah, all right, but there, and then rip that off because we don't need that one. This would make the whole thing upside down, and I don't think this is going to be right or quite where we're going with it or anything like that, but it'll get us somewhere. It'll get us somewhere. Maybe. Could do. And then one more. You rotate, flip. Except for you're that side now. Yeah. See, we really need to be building from the tops or the bottoms the way that we put this together. I mean, it's just a matter of making a different version that has a different node, or node point. Let's, just for the fun of it, if I make you, okay, then when I do the target angle, you're not attached to shit. Why aren't you attached to that at all? That was the whole thing, friend. That was what we were doing. Why aren't you attached to anything, you motherfucker? If I go back to before I changed the root part, so I put you on, I ripped you off. Do you work now? You do. Okay, so it's the changing of the root part. Technically, like, this part moves and the other part doesn't, but because we've got that as the root part, that's why I tried to change it. Okay. Yeah, I think now that we've gotten to this point, we can see what the issue is. It's another good time for a live stream break to see, you know, this. think about it a little bit, step away, and try and wrap our heads around what needs to happen here for construction, how they're all going to come together. If we have an building up from version and a building down from version, then that should cover all needs. Having a center version that has to attach to this the way that we've done, that would do that. But, you know, I'm looking at this too and saying, boy, I sure would like if there was a little bit more, I don't know, rigid structure. Something that just made it look a little bit righter. But I mean, that being dead in the middle, coming across dead in the middle there, it's fine. It's fine. You just carry on with this. You need a couple of different more versions, and then you get that up there. Like, if I were to just take that and then put you there, boom. And then this, you know, still does the movement. Rotating the wrong side, but, you know, problem being there's no actual connection point. Right there, right now, right yet. I said let's take a live stream break so that we can wrap our heads around it, step away, get a sense of what's going on, and then I just kept building, because, hi, hello, I am the Ronin pawn. If I took you, put you on your side, like that, you're just hanging out there in space. If I took you, put you on your side, so if we build a custom-ish, just a customized version of one of these panels that's meant to be a center bit that actually has two of those guys across it, so it just fills the whole space, you know? At least visually. One of them supports it and the other one doesn't, or is there maybe something else that would fill the space? You're not going to find something that fills the space perfectly. That's why you ended up building that way. Right. Right. So one of them actually does the job and the other one ends up being visual. Like, actually, what that makes me want to do then is see about you. Oh, you don't have a middle snapping thing. I'm just trying to think of if there's like a really good way to make it so that these nodes are reproducible, and you know, you build it once, you get into the right position once, and then everything's hunky and or dory. Both dory, really. Like extra dory when you get down to it. How adorable. Okay, stop now. Alright. What did you attach to? I thought you attached to all of this, but if I grab that and I move it... No. So what are you built onto? You're built onto this, actually, aren't you? Or maybe that one. Yeah, I remember now. And we just pulled it to where it needs to be. So imagine we have that, like... kind of centered, kind of ending there. And then we grab this and pull it out. Like, what kind of balances can we get in the different parts and their positions and whatnot? I think the way I had it was a pretty good balance of, yeah, having the hinge right at the dead middle of where this comes across. I've got it in a good position. Alright. So we just got to figure out a way to make it so that this connects to this in a nice way, in a clean way, in a way that's reproducible, which it doesn't really need to be because we've only got to do it twice, apparently, because it's just the 3 outer panels that fold up on this thing. Alright. Alright. let's have that live stream break then. Shall we? We'll step away, try and wrap our heads around the next set of things that need to happen here. There's a lot. There's a lot of stuff going on in the James Webb thing, but I do think it breaks down to like 5 key elements, and we've already done 2 of them. We could tell ourselves that anyway. 7-minute live stream break, gonna play a little music, gonna roll an ad, that kind of a thing. Go grab a snack, take a pee, meet me back here. And that's all. 7 minutes. Pawn that out. Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn. Welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream. On twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. We're curbling. It's curbling. Shut up. Welcome back. We're building the James Webb Space Telescope in Kerbal Space Program best as we can, and this is where we are so far in putting together the gold filmed mirrors and creating a rigid Kerbal Space Program. We pretend rigid structure, honeycomb on the back of it to hold the thing together and to allow it to do things like folding up. Whoop. Yes. So we've made some good headway here. And again, during the live stream break, we walk away from the live stream for a minute, we come back, and there's a fresh beer waiting for us. That's why we do it. Also, though, to just clear the head, step away, get some space, stop staring at it, and let the brain process it as a concept. And in doing so, I've realized that, yeah, what we should do, what would make this work a lot better when we go together, for final construction on it is, if we're making it in strips like we are, and I think that is the best way to go, is that we need a center piece that doesn't have any of this attachment support stuff on it. Let me do it. And then the outer pieces are of one type that can be put on in symmetry. Potentially. Might have to be surface mount. Symmetry, which will allow the adjustment of both of them simultaneously because there'll be symmetry. So I'd be able to grab this part, where this is, and then we could make it, make the default shape of the mirror a little bit more conic, a little bit more, you got, and then there's that, and then there's concave, convex, a little bit more concave. Conic, see, my brain had figured out the first syllable of the word it was looking for a minute there. But yeah, that's how we do it. And then with the center bit, that's going to be an open hole where I think our probe will look very good. We looked at a probe earlier, if I just sort by mass again, like one of these, which is just, if I could place it anywhere, we just want to look at it, Kerbal. We're not dedicating to a premise. No, but there, one of these or something in the middle, and then the rest of the construction in order to make it look like it's, a mirror reflective gathering thing that does a thing. We'll be able to build those out in strips as opposed to the other way to think of it, which is if we look at the reference photo, we could start with the middle panel right there, and then have six-sided symmetry coming out from the middle panel. But no, see, there's all kinds of reasons why this is the better way to do it. Maybe you could have six-sided symmetry coming out, but that means that all of those pieces would be in a different orientation, and then when you try and build out from them, you end up with problems in Kerbal with its snapping system that they'd want to, build onto it this way or that way or the other way. It might be able to be done that way, but either way, as I'm thinking about that, the best way to do this is to have centerpieces that we build out from, and that leaves, the difficulty of going from a 3 system like this, where, yeah, we've got a centerpiece we can build out from both of those, but then this is 4 long, so there's no centerpiece, but we've already got that problem of a floating joint that we have to do something special for. It's just got to be one on either side, apparently, for the way that the James Webb does its folding and unfolding, so shouldn't be that big of a deal. Looking at this then, we've got it saved. I'll go to the Mark II, just because I feel like there's going to be a little bit of ripping things apart in order to get where I'm thinking we need to be. In order for this to be symmetrical, this side pulls off very cleanly like that, and then just snaps back in place like that. That's very nice. We want the same thing to happen over here, which would mean that our center bit would want to have the, yeah, that won't work. That won't work because we've got this, extra shim that we're putting in there in order to get the height and spacing that we need. And in a symmetrical fashion, that just won't do. But in a symmetrical fashion that would do, I would double up that piece on the center bit Yeah. I could probably double up that piece in the center bit, or make that piece part of this construction instead. Uh-huh. And then we embed it so that it's the same both sides. Huh. So yeah, I want you... I think that's going to be our root part right now. Put it back in the shape that I've been looking at it. It's already confusing enough. Kerbal. There you go. So if that's our root part right now, then I should be able to yank you off, and in fact, I would yank you off from the... when I say yank him off, I really mean it. That's sort of the part that we want. So if I took that, and then I flipped it upside down and put it over here, we've got perfect symmetry just to leave it like that, which means that that's the part. The whole part that we want is all of that as an upper and a goer and a not goer, and then you might have problems with symmetry here because you're in six-sided mode. If I wanted to switch to 2 and then put it on, it's not going to do it because we're on that node. But if I were to do, yeah, oh Jesus, sure, right, and then that's around that part instead of both of these parts. So the center bit, in order for this to work the way that I'm imagining, it would have to be a bit different than what I'm thinking. I mean, alternately, we just don't have that symmetry, and then I have to make the adjustments for each of them manually, and that gets her done. But if these two parts were symmetry, just those two, that and that, then we could build off of each in the same way, which would mean these would be parts that kind of float out there in space. How are those built? Those are going to be built as six-sided symmetry that was drawn out from the center. JWST, says Sea Kraken Boy? Indeed. Indeed. Putting together the mirrors now, creating a rigid structure for it behind honeycomb system, and trying to figure out how this would best work in Kerbal with its nodes and snapping systems. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's already doing that, so I think you can get away with that point. If I take you away, and then if I remove from symmetry, do I have an option to remove from symmetry here? No, probably because we've changed the root part so many times it doesn't even remember what the hell I'm talking about when I say remove from symmetry. What do you mean? What symmetry are you even talking about? We are on the Mark II. Mark I is saved, so like I said, ripping things apart here. My notion, my new notion, lotion of my ocean, would be, we're building off of, well, if we built off of that, that would actually be helpful, yeah. So with a snap, and then if we go down to two-sided symmetry, and then I hit it with a snap just to see where it's going to end up. Yeah, it should be in the exact same line, and then I draw these guys out. And then, I guess, can I just rip that away? Was that the wrong one? Why are you both coming off as though you're six-sided symmetry? I think it's just snapping into that because your mouse is over it. Okay. Well, then the one that I've just brought out that should be in its own symmetry would be that one, right? Yeah, we do that. Just have it hang out there for a minute. Yank this off. Yank that off. Grab these. Hold shift to make them just float wherever the hell I tell them to. Nope, you gotta keep holding shift. Keep holding shift. How many times do I have to tell you this, you son of a... Get it about the right height. Say there. And then the rest of it could kind of like stay where it is and I don't have to rebuild it. Yeah. And then, having done that, when I grab, is it you? Might be you. And I say, two-sided symmetry to there. Yeah. That's what I was looking for, and the gapping is perfect on both sides, the same on both sides, and we already figured that gapping out, which is why it snapped together so easily. And huzzah! So, the premise then is that we take that back off, and this becomes our core as a subassembly. So James Webb mirror core. Yeah, I'm okay with overwriting that from whatever it was. Grab it, U to that, delete, and now that's our core piece. And if I need another core piece, I just reach in here for a James Webb mirror core. Did it move it? Yeah, there it is. And we've got another one. Except for now that's going to be attaching from that point to whatever else it needs to build off of. Yeah, which is problematic because it needs to have snapping points that go from one side to the other for... No, you're fine. You're fine. Don't get ahead of yourself. So that's that. And then we can have a 3-panel vertical row. Easy as that I can then adjust. One of the, basically the entire reason for that was that now I could manually make little adjustments like this to bring it out, to give it that conic mirror shape, while adjusting the angles. And then it comes together cleanly and gives us that kind of effect. But we're not there yet, so just put it all back flat and stable and how it was before. So that's a 3-banger. The 4-banger gets built off of the hinge, but if that's building from inside out, or from outside in rather, and I think we need to build this thing from inside out. So if I remove you, no, I'll leave you right where you are, maybe. And instead, I remove you. So if this is now the middle of the satellite telescope, probe, all of the words apply here. And we grab whichever thing that we think looks coolest for the middle. I mean, I'd like that if the attachment points were not up and down, but were on the bottom. And we can always force it to do what we want it to do. If I go down to 1, and I snap you in there, and then I absolute snap up. Really? That's as far as you want to move on that axe? If I tried to pull you down, you'd be more than happy to move down. What the hell is wrong with you, kid? Let's say I put you attached to that center bit. And then, like that. It's even got like a bolt sticking through right there. It's almost cool. Were I to rotate you like that and try and find center this way. The game's not interested in center that way? The game is very interested in center that way. Because we need a probe in there anyway. That gets us something to start with. MPO probe, what have you got on you? You've got an antenna that has a 2G rating, so that's pretty good, and it's a relay type. You've got a 6 SAS reaction, 6 torque reaction wheel on board. Your SAS is target tracking, it's the full bevy. You've got 1,000 electric charge on you. That's not bad at all, is the deal. Press 4 and add a new root to that core. Yeah, now I could change that to be the root part. So So what are we dealing with? We've got a monolith of a thing that's coming out there, and that's a pretty good start for something like that. And then we put something else on that accentuates that, or build something manually from it. Just see if there's anything miraculous that's just is it. You know, the whole point of this is to build something from the stock parts without adding in like mods and stuff where we could just, you know, if somebody modeled it for us, just have it. That could be like the tip. But we need something that extends it out a bit more, quite a bit. What's the ground anchor look like? Yeah, it's not gonna. There's no ground here, Pawn. Well, sheesh. Ooh, experiment storage unit. Pretty much the same size as that other bit. But yeah, the experiment storage unit could be part of that tower that comes out. I don't want to get lost in trying to build the tower early. I think this is a decent part to build everything around. If I then rerouted to you, then everything is built around there. So now, what? Yeah. Yeah, but what? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Sure. Now, if I took another version of this and put it up here with symmetry, boom, we've got four down, but it's 5 wide, and that is how that works on the James Webb. So that's that, and then we just need to do this branching out. Now with the version at the edges where it actually, you know, folds up, we do that with a nice little hinge that we put on. Makes it not that difficult. Here, not exactly sure how we're going to do it, because we're going off to, you know, 4 pieces that are here, 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 and here. Now, as an alternate concept, if I were to take this and then, let's say I ripped the whole thing off, boom, bye-bye. Oh, but now I can't because we've got these built in 2-sided symmetry, but if I did 6-sided symmetry, then I could fill in all that gap, all that space at once and be done with it, but then I've got to build off from it in weird wonky angles, which actually probably wouldn't be a problem. So let's try going back to the 6-sided symmetry version of these, which doesn't work for, yeah, for the strips that we'll need to make, but it might get us somewhere here. Let's just see. It shouldn't take long to put it together and find out if it's going to work for us. So I'll rip you off, rip you off, rip you off, rip you off, and then take you, and what I'm looking for is 6-sided symmetry. Not at all on this angle, but I suppose I can force. Can I force it from there if it's attached from that? Get on there. 3, like I pressed the first time. Something like that. Bring you in to the dead center of the thing. Pull you up. Yeah, no. Confused by what I'm seeing right here, what's going on. You give me a new part is what you want to do. Start from scratch. Make sure you don't got one that's already doing weirdnesses. Because you're centered around on that axis, and we want you on a different axis. And you're confusing me. I'm gonna remake you the root part. Maybe that's part of our issue here. It was no problem doing it the first time. Now I've got it going in the wrong way. You stay there. Oh, it's because I originally had it built on that. So get the probe out of the way as well. Yeah. And then, like that. Uh-huh. And then pull you out. Off of snapping. Still holding shift. Drag it out to the point where it just looks good. We're just concerned with it looking good right there. Uh-huh. I feel like the exteriors need to be the other way around from what we've been working with, though. So if I do that with snapping, please. And then grab you with no snapping and drag you out to the place where you look appropriate. We're not seeing too many ugly seams. Maybe. And now with that, I could take this and do like that. Do I have a single one made? No, you don't. Okay. Let's... Oh, bags. Oh, bags. So... Yeah. Rip that off for now. Okay. Oh, well, oh, Jesus. Just drop that part before it just causes everything to explode. And then you go sit over here for a minute. You go sit over here for a minute. Okay. So that gets the core 6 in place. And the question would be... What do the question be? The question do be... I guess what I'd have to do is remove all of these from that symmetry that I've just used to place them. Yeah, probably. So, remove from symmetry. Remove from symmetry. I don't need to remove it everywhere, actually. Remove from symmetry, remove from symmetry. You. And you. Stop being green. And then I grab another one of these guys. Put it on there. I removed you from symmetry, though. I don't know if you're aware of this, but you've been removed from symmetry. Stop finding the symmetry that I removed you from. Stop it. But stop it. Damn it. I did the thing. You shouldn't be. If I click again... Like you're not in a symmetry, but the game does not respect the fact that you're not in a symmetry anymore. Oh, fucking lovely. Kerbal Space Program. Ladies and gentlemen. Brought to you by Hasbro. Just one, but don't. Just put them on, and then remove you from symmetry, and remove you. Fuck. And then remove you from symmetry. Is it the right one? You from symmetry. Throw you away. They're making it real easy for me, aren't they? Stop. Move you from symmetry. And go away. Remove you from symmetry. And go away. Okay. So then from this construction, far less honeycomb than we had before. I mean, now it's going out instead of up and down. And I'm not sure if this is going to be the way that we want to, you know, go with it, but I wanted to see, because I was thinking that then from here, you're on there, you're on there, you're on there, you're on there, and that's the core of the telescope. And then we look at how it's like created back here. It's interesting. I don't know if that would be the most structurally sound idea. What are the gold panels called? Asks Stasples. Stasples. There are the SPT18 structural panel, and there's, you know, different colors, color variants, and one of them that I've got is gold film. So works out pretty nice. I mean, it's all stock. Except for that my models for the game have the mod that makes them new and shiny and pretty. But it's all stuff that should exist in game. No game-changing or part-adding mods has been my philosophy since we started this thing. Yeah, this could work. I mean, we're half there with it working. And then I believe the way that we did this last time was rotate it like that, because we liked it straight up and down, or at least it fit better straight up and down. Then we get you dead center, and then we pull you out to a place that we like, wherever that place might be. It's like you got a little bit more space on the bottom than on the top for some reason. If I held shift and pulled you down, it just reverses that situation there. I'm gonna manually try and get the spacing more what it seems like it needs to be. For the visuals. Maybe just a pixel down, if I can get just a pixel down. No, that was 2 pixels down. Son of a biscuit. 1 pixel up. No, that was 9,000 pixels there. Perfect. Don't look at it. Too hard. And so there's the core. Pawn? Yeah, you know what you've done. Yeah, I do now. I just realized, like, in this configuration, because we have gone out from the middle, now it means that all of our rotators, these things, are at an angle. And so, you know, we would have to mix angles in order to get a lean left or a lean right, which is entirely, like, fine. It's doable mathematically and everything, but it is a little bit annoying to have to do it that way. I'm also not sure that I love the look of the construction back here. I mean, I kind of do. I'm just not sure if I love it for the James Webb, that it is coming out radially from the center. It seems like it would be better off as strips. Just voop, voop, voop. Which is my way of saying all the work that we just did, should we throw it away? I'm going to save that version, go on to the Mark III, and go back to the strip concept, which we would get back to... Where did we leave off in the Mark I? I'll load you back up. That was just building from the outside in, and we had the strips going right. And then the Mark II is this boy... So actually, for the Mark III, which is what we want to start doing here, I'll switch to the Mark III, but then I'm going to click New. So that doesn't really accomplish that, because if I hit New, then we go back over to our sub-assemblies, we grab out the James Webb Mirror Core, and this one was made specifically for uppy downy bitty. Uppy bitty downies. James Webb Honeycomb, that's something that we don't need. James Webb Mirror Final, like, can I sort by name, please? Sort by name, and then it'll all be here. The final. There we go. Oh no, you're upside down and backwards. You're not the way. Oh, damn it. Oh, damn it, damn it. Now what are we going to do? Well, we're just going to fix that. It's not a big problem. We switch you to the root part. Put you back the way you were. Rip you off of here. And then with you as the root part, when I grab you and make you the final, go ahead and overwrite that. Then I throw you away, the core piece. Is there still a piece here? Why is there a piece here? There shouldn't have been a piece there. Core. I hope I didn't leave something behind accidentally. And then final. Ah, fucking balls. And then the game has corrupted our construction of the thing. God damn it. It did this once before earlier, too. Actually, if I just take you off and then... and then put you back where you're supposed to be, but you don't have a node there for reasons, because it's snapped down onto the other node. Son of a bitch. We had it all working. I swear we did. Just give it, just put it down, rotate it to square, pull it this way, probably flip it, pull it back up, and then you onto here, and then do you snap onto something? Do you have a node anymore? Why are you at wonky angle? Oh god. No. Back to this final. And the problem with this final is that it's got that, but it's not attached to anything. It's moved to there, and. So, the way this worked was that, yes, you snapped to there, but then this was on there as a, yeah, as a surface mount part. So I put you down over here, I grab you, pull you up, pull you back down so you're flat. I don't think that's exactly the way it was before, but that's the way it is now. And now if I took you off and put you back on, you snap into the correct place. If I took you off and I hit X, then you'd be going up and down, and that's the way that I wanted to do it in the first place. So again, I will try James Webb Mirror Final, save you, go ahead and overwrite it. I'm going to use this one, yeah, and then when we reach in here, we see if it's screwed up my model again. Not this time. Fucking game. Right, the other, you want to put with the other way. Is that the other way? What are we doing? I think you've fucked it up again, this goddamn game. Oh, it's because I ripped off from there. Thank you. Mirror Final. Yeah. Put it on. There you go. And that gets us the center strip like that. And then we remove that bit. Yes. And then I'm going to James Webb Telescope Mark III. Save. That I don't have to fight this game on every turn, but watch Pawn do it fills me with deep relief. I really like how this is coming together. I like where our structure, you know, came out. Wow, Sea Kraken Boy. Sorry, I've been just lost in this for a minute, haven't I? You could rotate the root part so that the part would be wouldn't be at a wonky angle. Yeah, just with all of this. But yeah, I like that structure on the rear end. So now the thing that we have to deal with is the transition over to out here. Because we want to build up and down off of these things, and I would like to preserve... Like, if we go back to the James Webb Mirror Core, it's got one of those, and then I attach the core to here, because this is not a folding part. So, but no, not all of those. We're looking for two, probably, maybe. Mirror? Wrong angle on the mirror. Radial sucks as well. We do need mirror. If I rotate the... How does that work? You're the root part right now. If I make you the root part, that might change things. Let's just grab it as it is. And then I put you on quit, assuming six-sided symmetry. Two sides. Snapping. Mirror. This way. Yeah, except for your... Right, well maybe I can just fix that by going... And then I pull you out. And back down in line with the rest of it. And it's just, yeah, so we figure out something to gap that correctly. But you need two up and two down. Well, if we build one off, and then go up from it, That would be a little bit cheesy, as it would be non-symmetrical in the final everything. Get you straight up and down again. Okay. So we build off in two-sided symmetry, something that will gap us appropriately for ending up with that. But what we'd really want to do is build off in symmetry here, 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 and here, and have all of those be central cores, and then have it come out by the one in this direction, one in this direction, one in that direction, one in that direction, or whatever it needs to fill the space. Because just to be clear, this is what we need to get to. Something like that. It's not exactly right. But that, and then the same down here. So I could either, you know, build like that and then grab more of these and just build down off of what we've already got. Woo-oo. No, did I request symmetry? I don't recall asking for symmetry. You know, and do that either side. Actually, could I have the symmetry, but just 2, the way that it should be, instead of the 4 that you're snapping to for no reason that I can understand? Okay, no, I can't. That's great. I love it. Nope, it was the other way around. Four cores that have the same alignment. Is what we'd be looking for. How do we get there? Yeah, not like that. Just do 2 and 2. But you do want to figure out, like, a reasonable looking gapper kind of a thing. So let's get this into the position that it really would be in the final. Yeah, hold shift. In its final form. You know, more or less, within a reasonable deviation. That's fine. And then we see the gapped space. And how would we want to link those to one another? And I think it would be great if we could just take, like, that little build that we've already made there. Like, if I were to take you, and then spin you into the right position, flop you down, pull you over like that, and then, yeah. Could I even do it on both sides? Looks like I could. Yeah. And then from... So you connect to there, and then off of there... I'm really confused at what I'm looking at right now. You the double, and then you go to the single there. But which are you? Are you attached to that, or are you attached to... If I pull you off... Yes. Yes? Yes. That'd be the thing, wouldn't it? And then... something, something, profit. It'd be so much... And if I could make that that, like the root part, and then you attach to that, and then you actually snap to there. Do you... Yeah, you've got a gap. So you would need another piece down here that gaps you to there or something. That's basically what I want to do, though, is have that construction. Okay, so where it is, if I took another one, and I put you on there, and then I ripped you off, that kind of does it, doesn't it? Because now I've got this that I can just slap in there and put on like that. Now it looks like it's doing something. It ain't doing nothing. It is not our structure. But wouldn't it be cool if it could be? Yeah, in fact, that extra bit that I put on there doesn't really want to be there, I don't think. I'll pull you off, and then just make sure that I didn't rip off the wrong one. Yeah, no, we're good. And there's that little gap. I don't know why there is that little gap, but we can adjust it. We can do something with it. So my main thing is I don't want it to just look like that. I would like it to actually be connected there. I take you off. Take you. Snap you onto there. And the way that you usually connect is to the bottom of one of these. So if I yank you... but you want it from the other side. You want it from like there, and to have that be everything. So save that where we are now. Make you the root part. You're back in the position that I want you. And then if you're the root part, then I could remove everything from here. This is only going to work for the right side of them, though. Fuck. Unless you get to do it on both sides and it works out, but I don't know that will. A radial mirror, it might, I don't know. But let's grab that and let's make another sub-assembly and see if this works out. Again, it's James Webb, and it's mirror C angle. It's a center angle thing. And then, because I don't know where the fuck I am or what I've done, I'll just hit Control Z until we've got something back. Throw out all of the parts that I presume are not wanted at this point. And then the C angle, did this accomplish something? Do you have a gap? You have the slightest of perfectest gapses. Yes. That got me where I was hoping it would get me, and I am as shocked, at least, as the rest of you must be. Save that. Then we need to go back to you being the centerpiece. And then this, when I do that, I can't have a symmetry of it. Which I guess follows. I guess makes sense. Boy, that's such a bitch, though. Because it means I have to make 4 more of them. 3 more of them. The way that I just made this in order to have it the way that I like it. But that would then mean that I can just grab one of you, put you there, and then we actually are building in nice row strips, and they have just the perfect nothing of spacing between them right there too. It's so good. It's so good. But yeah, I would like the same to be true of like a, you know, separate that comes down here, which means I need to make another one of these where the core part ends up being that bit. Save you, and then do the same on the other side, because we aren't currently able to put these together in any kind of a symmetry. If I were going to try and force a symmetry down its throat, then let's try that, because it would be easier. So if I yank you back off, He keeps saying these dirty, dirty things. If I yank you back off, and then you... I'll leave there for a second. Give me a fresh piece that hasn't already been corrupted by me trying to do things. And I want mirror mode. Damn it, we're on the wrong mode of mirrorness. If you are the center, and then I try again, that's the kind of mirrorness I'm looking for. And then... something like that. We'll get it in the end. What do you... no, with a snap. I think that's right. No, probably not. Just drag her up. No snap now. Damn, there was a snapping point for these. Let me just try again with an absolute and hit the snap. Probably not going to get that lucky. No. I'll just do it by eye. And now that we're on the right line, I'm going to yank that out of the way so I can see what I'm doing. Holding shift, moving it into the place where it looks like it needs to be. It's got that. So now, because those are radial and mirrored in their symmetry, if I take you and I put you on there, we get that whole section filled in. Hooray. I'm just shocked that my brain is actually figuring this stuff out. How's our gap, though? We've lost a bit of our gap, which I kind of expected, because I need to just move these a little bit more to wherever it is that they actually need to be. So, out by the sliverest of margins. Ha! And we've got our gaps back. That gap's a little bit wider than it was. And it's so tight, though. So tight. I'm going to try and get it just that, get rid of just a little bit more of that gap if I can. I'm going to find a camera angle where I can really see through it. There we go. And then once I touch it, the green thing makes it impossible to see anyway. So what the hell was I? So who's the fool now? Ah! There you go. There you go. The perfect little margin of a gap there on those. And then we do the same for the bottom. And we'll have some reasonable symmetry. I mean, I might even be able to grab this as a whole piece, rip you off. I want to make sure that I've got the right lines when I do it, but I don't know what I'm going to see or not see as we go. So it'd be that direction. Like that, maybe? Okay. Well, that's the way that the others are. Good, good, good. So we'll start by holding shift and dragging you down. Is that... No, you're going off in that direction, son of a biscuit. Is that always going to be that? Yes, it is. Yes? I think you need to make these ones from scratch or something. Let's just make them from scratch or something, because it's breaking my brain to try and imagine. So you go away. You're all there. This guy's helping me figure out what the next angle is. So again, grip strip. And apparently it's the interior. Looks like it's going to be that one. The interior is facing outward on those, but inward on these. So at least the grippy part is what I'm trying to do, is make sure that the grippy part is facing the same on all of the axes. Get you in. Snap you. Suppose you'd snap right into place for me, would you? No, no. Oh, no, no, no. I don't think so. Pull you out. Pull you over. Almost. There we go. Perfectly in line. You need to come in to match him. Now that you're more or less on his line, because we'll have to adjust that anyway, I'll rip out the guide piece. And then just stick it in where it looks like it needs to be. Visually. God, that's looking so good. I'm so chuffed. Chuffed? I'm chuffed at that. Paul, looking good, the telescope, not you. I know. Look at me. Jesus. God, I'm just falling apart as a human being. So then... These come out that way, but if I put them down and then I rotated the... and then something, and then your mom, she's a lady. What do you want, Pawn? I want... This is fine. And then I have to rip all of that off and build down from it or off the side of it or something. Something. Profit. Yeah, give me that. And then I know this isn't right for where the panels are. Yet. Yet. And we do that. And then you end up attaching to those eventually, so we get rid of you. Probably entirely. And then this is where I have to build another version of this, where the center bit is, where that is the connecting node. So where do you get that from, Mr. Pawn? I mean, if I yank this, where do I get that bit from? Let's save it here. And then I need to change root parts to something. Like if I changed it to you. Or is it you? Or is it you? It's you. So I change it to you. And then get it back. And now everything comes off of that. So if I remove you, set you over there, and then back over to subassemblies. Top left fits on bottom right, or top right on bottom left. This one with the left, and then it's got to be the upper bracket angle. It's got to attach to this. Is what I'm pretty sure I'm doing here. So you are just ripping off now. Why would you just rip off? Aren't you who I made the root part? Oh, no, it was this one. It was this one. Silly me. Yeah, and then you're the root part. Uh-huh. And then I do this. Let me do a James Webb. It's a C angle top though, or C bottom. C bot. It's an angled bottom bit. Okay, and now I've done that, and I've got one of those, and it's a subassembly. I Control Z until I hadn't done any of that shit. Go back to this point. Grab my C bottom. Grab my C bottom. Yeah, do that. What am I looking at here? You need to go away. I think that gets it. And that gets us all of the things, and then we just adjust in order to give ourselves the gap, the seam, which will be built off of that bit, I believe. Back to an absolute no snap. We adjust to acquire the seam. Make sure that the seam is not any more than it absolutely needs to be. We look at the seams up there, they're incredibly tight. This one is a fair bit loose, I would say. Come on, 1 pixel, another pixel. Yeah, oh, damn it. Didn't manage to let go before it moved again. Hit, back in. Nope. It was that space right between that you just keep, like, jumping past on me. This is how you get the carpal tunnel. There you go. There's the perfect seam on that side, but then up and down here, it seems like it also... Yeah. Which is gonna F up that alignment. If I do that, seems like that's a pretty thick seam there. And I was just eyeballing all of this, so yeah, we're still just eyeballing all of this. So give me that. I'm gonna get out here. I'm gonna give you a jiggle. And get you into the place where you got just enough seam. What we want right now actually is even seams from there to there. And I don't feel like we have it. I need it to go up just a touch. That looks like it's even. And then any further seam work that we would do would be on the green if we wanted to tighten both of those up. That's thick. And then if it would stop turning green, I could get an idea. I think they're probably pretty close. Get where the points come together. Yeah, you're coming in a little bit. So give me a view where I can see both of those seams. Enough. And then on the green, into where we've got a seam there, and we've got no seam there, and then up a little bit on the blue then. Just trying to get a nice tight seam, but that still exists. Might be a little bit too deep in. I don't know, it seems like there's a lot to be had on this blue axis. But it's the green outlines that are getting in the way of me being able to see what I'm doing. Boom. Double seams. You can see both of them. Almost no gap right there. Very thin gap right there. I think that's going to be what we call good enough. Good enough. And then from that point, I can now just grab one of these even. Grab you. Get it rotated to the right. Everything. Drop it in. There's no seam between those two. Why wouldn't there be a seam between those two? I guess it means that you're... I don't know what how we get to that point, actually. Like, it worked out up here. We got seams on all of the lines. What have I done wrong? I mean, it's all that little futsy minutia, and I don't want to just adjust this one because this one is snapped dead onto what it's supposed to be snapped onto there, so if this were in the right position, then it would be in the right position. Yeah, we've got some mewing kitties behind me. Mew? Meow? Is that Tammy? I can hear her. She's the other side of the green screen, apparently. Hey! Yeah, that's Tammy. I'm starting to recognize voices around here. And I mean, they're all kittens that sound like they're just nothing to them. Okay, so I get it. I get it, 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 I get it. Do you get it? I might be getting it. The blue needs to come up until we just about lose the seam there. Right? You need to, a little bit further, I think. And then, on an absolute, we come down. Those seams are a little bit tighter in very specific places. If I then go back to the blue... Aha! Aha! There we go. Maybe they're a little bit wider than the other ones that we had up top, but I'm happy with that. That looks plausible. That looks good. And that is the core of the James Webb Telescope Mark III. Well, just the core of the James Webb Telescope. That's our build for it. Yes? Yes. Yeah? Yeah. And you know, ideally, like, the better way to build this would have been to build, like, the top half as, to have, like, two pieces that come together in the middle here, and then you build the top half as something that can just be symmetried on the bottom as well. And then we would have had exactness between top and bottom. So I see that now that we're here, but, you know, you're always going to get to the end and go, oh, that's another way to do it. Top left fits on bottom right. Right. So that brings us to that part, and now it would be a matter of the fold-out bits, which we've already done once before, but not necessarily from this kind of central axis thing. We're going from a 4 to a 3, and that means that there is a janky little connection point where there's just kind of emptiness in here. The way that we saw that before... Like when we were looking at it previously, what it looked like we would want to do is to reinforce this area visually when you get down to it, but to reinforce this area with like another beam. And I guess we'd have to gap that as well, and then off of that beam use that as a place to build our hinge off of. That's how we'd done it before. Is there some better way though? Some nicer looking, more sensible kind of, and then thing, though. Like, what if I took one of the larger grip strips here, sort by mass, the one that we've been using here, like, and tried to get it to come out from the center there. Okay, just like 2 though. Like if I built off the middle of you just to see where we are, and with a snap, you found your absolute dead center. Where does that get us? It gets us out, but it does not look in any way as though it's reasonably supported. If we were to just build off of that. You're doing that and everything. If I were to... do that. Rip you off. Rid of you. Ah, but you're double. You're in a symmetry. So if I removed you from the symmetry and then yanked you off and got rid of you as well. Yeah, but no, so remove this guy from symmetry. And then those two are still there. But you build off of that, do you? Oh. Well, shit. Well, shit. Because I didn't want that. My idea was just to rebuild this honeycomb structure on this side, have it come together in the middle, and then build off of there for our hinge work. To make it look like it was structural. It is in space, so it does not need the same strength. Yeah, I just want it to look. I mean, none of this is very well anythinged. But where the hinge mounts, it's got to look like it's got some structure to it. Where that is right now, let me just grab another one of these, because I'd like to see whether or not that comes together and looks okay. So with an absolute snap to the dead middle of those, and then down here, and you'd also, you'd want there. And then, yeah, that won't stretch all the way across anyway, so that wouldn't be part of what it ends up looking like. Yeah, that's all kind of a no from me, dog. I guess then what we were planning on before, I fill the space in there to make it a little bit taller, and then that I-beam again. I put you in. Looks like we've got a connection from both sides, even though we don't, because that's not possible in this game. And then we build off of there, except for these, I believe, needed to be further out. You don't need to snap me off of where I am for that. Play out like so. And we are currently building in a radial symmetry, which is beautiful because it means one side will, you know, we build it once and we've got the whole damn thing. So from there, then we go to a hinge, robotics, and we were going for the heavier hinge because it just seemed appropriate for what we're trying to do here. Go ahead to 180 degree angle, limit the angle into, I believe I went with 60 before. Don't know that that's anything. It's just a number I came up with out of my butthole, which is where I keep a lot of numbers, so, you know, watch your step. You're not quite dead center there, and that's because this isn't quite dead center, but does that one look okay? And it kind of does. I'll tell you what. What do you tell me? What are you telling me? You think you're telling me something? You ain't telling me nothing. I don't need to hear this. For the symmetry of the visual, number one, I'm going to put another grip strip in here. I mean, I'd like to, if the game would let me. It won't. What's your problem, boy? Oh, I guess we've consumed that one? How would we have consumed that one? Why don't you have a node on you, kid? I guess maybe we are attached with this one to there. Okay. Let me just, with you then, and try and get you in the play. You know what? Here, put this in first. And then they both have the same thickness up and down. And then we... Now there's actually no place to connect them if I do it that way. Right. Which is why you don't do it that way. Okay, no, I liked what we were doing before. I thought the visual difference was helpful. It was good. It's enjoyable. I think we all love that visual difference that we get off of that. You need to come down a bit. Or actually, you don't. The hinge is going to have to... I think just build it out on the hinge pawn, and then you'll see what needs to happen afterwards. Okay, thank you. Thank you for stopping me. I'm getting lost any further. So from here, we're looking for our sort by name, James Webb mirror core. Yeah. Yeah. And then with an absolute snap, we'll pull it to dead center. It should have and didn't. Why would you not be to dead center of that when I do an absolute snap? Okay, well it's fine because actually the not dead center snap is probably where we want to be. Okay, yeah, and you're a little bit off too, but again, probably what some version of what we want. I'll just again by eye, making adjustments. Yeah, I don't quite. By eye pawn. Don't worry about it. You want everything to just snap together and work, and you feel like that's the magic of like, we found this. It's we built it right because it all came together, and it's a magical, perfect. Ooh, and then the snow came just as the sleigh bells were jingling or whatever. But it's not, it's not reality, especially in Kerbal Space Program. That ain't reality. Get it together the way that it will go together. When you're building something very much off of somebody else's amazing designs. I think it's better with that little gap there, especially since this one's going to rotate in and out. That's fine. And then from there, simple as taking these. No, actually taking them with me. Gimme. Gimme. Yeah! Except for they're on the wrong, they're backwards, and a lot of other things that are wrong with it. Gimme, gimme, again. And then, yeah! Why are you, but you don't, hi. You're fucking brilliant, game. Fucking brilliant. Like, both of these went on in a mirror symmetry in the same direction, and then these two decide, maybe not. I don't understand you. I'm gonna undo that. I'm gonna, like, make sure that our root part is here. It was in the first place. Yeah, so there's just no good explanation for why that would be like that. Fuck. You bastard. So what if at this point now I ripped you off of here and then put you back on? Ha 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 ha. Fuck you, game. I beat you. I win. You lose. I got it. I win. And then we just gotta do all of the things again to try and make it snap correctly. Were you fucking with in the thing and then you? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's probably kinda right. Holy shit. KSP has the allure of being exact, but never is. Vector graphics is way easier because it is exact. Yes, all of these things. I completely agree, Mosaic Task Force. Is your behind a number wang then? Everything is number wang, obviously. Derp. So, with you in those positions and everything, and then I target angle, I mean, damn. Let's just do that again. This time, make it look good. And that's more or less as much as she folds. You know, I mean, maybe there's more back here. We could let it collapse more, kind of a thing. But they've got a lot of platform back there that's, yeah. Okay, where's the center of mass, by the way, when we do that? It's still just it's floating around out there. Yeah, pretty much in line with the center of the thing. Wow. And that's more or less what happens here, isn't it? I mean, there's moves back and folds in and then kind of a thing, because they've got to deal with, you know, real physics and shit like that. But we don't got to do that. It's Kerbal Space Program. We've got a 3 wide in the middle that comes back to that. We've made the James Webb mirror portion of the telescope. And little touches that we can put in today before we call it on this, because I think this is where we stop now, and then we come back to it on the next Sunday creative build. But little touches that we should be able to do would be, what would they be, my friend? So this is a little bit out of, you know, where the other is, and that's actually good. In theory. We might want to actually accentuate that. So again, just save, make sure you get it saved. Grab you, and let's have you go out more. In fact, we need to do this from the middle, if I'm going to be able to do this from the middle, because these aren't all part of one, you know, system. Oh, shit! Yeah! Control Z. We're fine. I will press 2 3 times. Every time I want to do that, I'll press it 3 times, because that's just what you demand of me, game. Huh? With... Because we can give it more of a convexness, a concaveness, rather. Convexness, too. We've got that ability. But where would I want to move these all out, is the question. If I move you from there, and then I get a view somewhere, and then I just pull, without snapping, I just pull, and we can move you out, like that. And so that does it for the top bits. And then if we did it on the bottom bits as well, where did I do that from? You did it from there. And wow, that's really merged through, even though you pulled on the blue line. Why would that have moved kind of in that way? What happened there? Undo it. Yeah, why are you pushing through there so much? When did... Was it the Control Z? I'll bet that's the Control Z did that. And it just fucked up everything, because that's just what happens sometimes when you hit the Control Z. And yeah, motherfucker. Open it up where I had just saved it. Mark III, load it. And yeah, that was not a problem before we Control Z it. Let's Mark IV it. And we'll carry on with the last little tweaks here that we're going to do today, if I can fucking get them to work. So, you, there, I think. Grab from there, and then... What do I want to see? I want to see... Yeah, that you're out by, like, 1 step. 1 step? 1 step. What we'll do there, and then I got to do it on the lower bit as well. And you see, that's my ick thing that I knew was going to happen when I did that. That now these lines don't, you know, the honeycomb structure is ick. It's icht. You know, what an ich that it icht. I don't know that I want to do it then. I don't know that I want to do it. Control Z. This time it didn't fuck it up. I don't know that I want to do it that. But what we can still do, to make this a little bit more realistic, is we do have individual control over each and every one of these bastards that we've got in here. So, for his 18 times that we'd have to do it, we can do things like, from right to left, I'll grab here, and I'll say you. Let's have an angle. That's an up and down angle. That's not the angle that I thought I was grabbing. You can go in by 4. 4, and I've given it to 9. So we'll do 4 like that. 4. 4. I don't know if this is going to look good at all. 4. And then on the outer one, maybe I could do it over here so you guys can actually see the menu. I'm aware of that. It's just like, what do I do about that? So for you, fucking 9. For you, fucking 9. Fucking other 9. Why was it the other 9 and but this one's this 9? Fucking, oh shit. You bastard of a game. Oh, you bastard. They control in opposites of one another. And it's just these outer bastards. Just these outer motherfuckers. Remove from symmetry. Remove from symmetry. Remove from symmetry. I don't know what effect this is going to have, and I promise you the developers of the game also have no idea what effect this is going to have. Target angle for you. You're a 9. And you're a -9. And you're a -9. And you're a 9. Okay, so they're all angling in now. But that's only left to right, not up to down. So let's make you, up here, a 9. Let's give you a 4. Is that the correct direction? Yeah, it looks like it. 4. And you get that middle. And then down here, you're going to be a -4. Oh no, apparently you're going to be a 4 as well. And you're going to be a 9. And then you, the bottom here, say a 7. Yeah, we'll say a 7 for that. It's all touchy and stuff, but it's pretty cool. You know, it's fun to do. You, which way are you? You're off by. You'd be like a 1 if anything. And apparently it's a -1 for you. This is the 1, 2. Yeah, no, it's doing the thing. And then you would be a 1, but it should be a -1. No, it should be a 1 going down. And then this 1 was going to be a 7. Probably a negative. No, it's a 7. Okay. The center bit would then be. I've put you as at a 4 already? Okay, I put you both at 4s. Fair enough. What else did I need? You didn't give any up or down to the outer guys here. So you're a dead middle, you're just a 1. You are, if he's a 7, then maybe you're a 5. He's a 7 and that's a... wait, no, you're a 4, so you're a 4. Not necessarily, but you know, it's what I'm deciding to do. And then a 4. Are you guys still acting like you're linked, you motherfuckers? Because you're supposed to not be each other. So you're a -9 apparently. And then your target angle is what did I say? 4. You're just on as you are. You're on the wrong side as well for some reason. And your angle is already a 4. Huh? And what we can do is when we're like done with it and it's all good, we'll make like an animation that controls every single one of those and it goes from flat to that. We'll do a robotics control animation. Huh? I mean, it ain't, you know, it ain't technically correct, but damn, that's fucking cool. Damn, that's fucking cool. I think we've got a little bit more room if we wanted to try and make those even more, even more angular in their distribution. You son of a bitch! So are these flipping back and forth? You're removed from symmetry, you fuckers. Oh, no, you're not. Removed from symmetry. Removed from symmetry. I guess I didn't do it on both of these, which is why they keep flipping back and forth on me. You are removed from symmetry. Okay. So now, with your fuckery, -9, and you're looking down, and you're a 9 and a 4. Yes. Yes, he looks right. Are these middle bits? You're a -1. You're a 1. Wait. You're a 1 on the up and down. You're a 4. You're a -1. And you are also a 4. And I'm just not seeing that. I guess it's just very subtle. But yeah. There you go. That's the look. She's got the look. She's got the look. Yes. Save that as the Mark V even. I don't know where the Mark IV was when we saved it last, but now we got a Mark V. And really, if we're done for the day, then, you know, gotta pack up the James Webb telescope. Don't want to just leave it hanging out here, so... Yes, indeedy do. That's brilliant. Can you believe that at the beginning of this live stream I was like, I think you could slap a James Webb telescope together in one live stream, maybe? We got the mirror constructed in one live stream. It's pretty effing good. And then the rest of it is, you know, the next live stream, it will be done because it's mostly going to be, like, what I want to pay attention to as I do the rest of it is, you know, making the systems in more or less the right place that they would be. That they are on the actual telescope. There's you know, that radiator, that heat pump system. Want to put that into the, you know, correct place and its aesthetics and stuff like that. But now that we got the mirror panels down, it's just a matter of choosing what looks good, putting it all in the right places, making sure it's got a little bit of, I mean, if you're working off of the reference photos, that one works in reality, so it'd be pretty hard to get it wrong, you know? I am the Ronin Pawn. And right now the Ronin Pawn is looking for somebody to raid. Let's see who's it going. I'm going to have to come up with something. And then now, modern Twitch days, you just immediately get an ad every time you try and go find somebody to raid. Linux Guru Gamer is up, and we said we might raid him earlier, but the only person who I would skip Linux Guru Gamer for is King Akira. If he's going, because it's been a while. We have not been overlapping in our live streams, and I really like to send people over to King Akira. He's got a fun stream going on. He's playing Kerbal, but as he says, he's there for chat. We're all there for the chat, and King Akira is indeed going. He has a goal of 1,500 followers, too, and only needs 69 more, apparently, according to this title. So if you haven't followed him, follow him and help him out with that. He's a friend of mine. Thank you all for coming out. Thank you for, your bits and your cheers and your subs, and for just hanging out and watching with me. Next Sunday, we will wrap up the James Webb Telescope, and then the Sunday after that, we're going to have to get back to the Mystery Science Theater 3000 creative build. But please don't forget, if you're new here, Tuesdays and Thursdays are our career mode play. And we just whipped some things at Duna because the game told me it was supposed to be time for Eve, and it wasn't. Lying. It's okay. Join me this Tuesday for career mode. I'll see you next time. Bye.